Good afternoon, one and all. We welcome you all to the International Conference on Cultures, Traditions, Indigenous, Ancient Traditional Knowledge Systems, Festivals, Awareness, Education, Employment, Economy, Health, Well-being, and Sustainable Development 2023. And we welcome you all back to afternoon sessions. So in the morning session, we had inaugural and we had a session briefly on festivals and the importance of Sankranti as a festival and how significant and scientific it is and how relevant to celebrate the importance of various festivals and also its significant astronomical, astrological aspects of the festival. So in this afternoon session, we'll look at various other sessions by the speakers. We once again wish you all happy Sankranti, Pongal to all of you. Hope you all had a wonderful feast with delicious servings. In this conference, we have various themes as certain, like Indian culture and traditions and the festivals, where our rich culture and traditions provides us every day a unique festival. In fact, there used to be a festival every day of the year. That is 365 festivals in a year, because festival is a tool, a strategy, a method, a way to bring in life to a state of exuberance and enthusiasm. So that was the significance and importance of festivals. The whole cultures was in a state of celebration. If today was Ploughing Day, it was a kind of celebration. Tomorrow was Planting Day, another kind of celebration. Day after tomorrow was Weeding Day. That was a celebration. So harvesting, of course, is a still celebration. But due to various reasons and circumstances, and because of the poverty, since last 400 to 500 years, because of invaders who literally destroyed the nation by looting our nation and taking away the wealth of the nation and exploiting the people and human resources and putting the nation's citizens into poverty, we have not been able to celebrate every day by everyone. People are satisfied if they just get some simple food to eat, so that, they survive. But that is not the history of our great country. So all the festivals fell away, and only few festivals, say some around 30 to 50 festivals remain. And we are not even able to celebrate those now because we have a lot of preoccupations. Either we are, attending our institutions, offices, businesses, or doing something else daily. So people usually celebrate only major festivals, that is around 8 to 10 festivals annually. And nowadays, unfortunately, a festival means they give you a holiday and you wake up only at the afternoon after 12 or somewhere around 11, 12, 1, 2. Then you eat a lot or watch movies or television at home or go out for a movie or freak out for some time and spend some time partying and come back and settle down late night. It wasn't like this earlier. A festival meant for the whole nation or a whole state or a whole town or a city would gather in a place and there would be a big celebration. A festival meant we get up around 3 or 4 in the morning and very actively lots of things happen all over the home and houses and communities. To bring back this culture in people, we need to bring awareness of the importance of festivals, and we need to promote and convey the importance of various festivals, especially various important festivals like especially Makara Sankranti, Dashara, Diwali, Ugadi, and various other festivals. Each festival has a unique significance that will help us to move ahead. Actually, Makara Sankranti is a festival of movement. As the sun enters the zodiac sign of Capricorn, and this leads to Makara Sankramana, that makes this festival Makara Sankranti. In fact, we have many Sankrantis. Every time sun enters a new zodiac sign, a new Sankranti is formed. But every Sankranti has a significance, and this has a greater significance because the summer solstice and winter solstice and the Uttarayana and Dakshinayana are very prominent in our culture and tradition. That's why these two significant Sankrantis are very much important, not for the materialistic process, but also for the spiritual process. So if this remains to continue, we already have lost a lot of our own cultures and traditions and the ancient knowledge systems, because of which today we have become ignorant and we have become, negligent towards our own culture and systems. What does that mean? That we lost huge knowledge base. So we are in the process of forgetting our own knowledge, which is valuable and which entire world has gained benefit out of it. And being ignorant and being unaware of our own knowledge systems makes us more vulnerable and susceptible to the upcoming hazards. So if the same thing happens, if you don't create, if you don't celebrate, if you don't create awareness, by the time next generation comes, they will not know what a festival is. And they will just eat, sleep, and grow up without any concern for another human being or nature or any concern towards the environment or planet. This is what presently it is happening. We are able to see we don't care for the environment, we don't care for the nature, and we are talking about sustainable development because today we are in the verge of extinction. Disasters has become a norm, and people are lacking, peace and harmony internally and as well as externally. So it is very important to maintain physiological as well as psychological and spiritual, social, and various aspects of health. It is important to engage ourselves in the rich culture and traditions and celebrate festivals in whatever way we can and promote these festivals so that we can promote our own languages, cultures, and traditions and keep them active enthusiastic in so many ways and bring our whole life into a celebration. So in approaching everything in a celebratory way, you can learn to be non-serious about life, but absolutely participating and involved. The problem with most human beings right now is if they think something is important, they will become dead serious about it. If they think it is not so important, they will become lax about it. They don't show the necessary involvement. Especially when someone says he's not so serious, he's in a very serious condition, that means the next step is, where a lot of people are in a serious condition, there is only one thing that is going to happen to them, which is of any significance. So the rest will bypass them because with anything that they think is not so serious, they are unable to show involvement and dedication towards that. This is how the whole problem, that is what the whole problem. The passage, the secret of life is to see everything with a non-serious eye, but be absolutely involved like a game. That is the reason the most profound aspects of life are approached in a celebratory way, so that you don't miss the point. And Makara Sankranti festival, seen as a cattle festival, harvest festival, and a food festival, kite festival, is a day where there is a significant movement in the zodiac, the arrangement of its dial around the sun. So as already mentioned, Sankranti literally means movement. Everything we recognize as life is a movement. And people who came before us have moved on, and people who came after us are waiting for us to move on. So the planet is moving, and that's why it churns up life, and we are still. And there has to be a movement, and movement has to be housed, and this movement can only happen in the lap of stillness. And movement is pleasant. The planet Earth is moving gently in such a beautiful manner. It is not only changing seasons, but also changing the lives. So movement is beautiful only to a certain point. Once it crosses that point, movement becomes torture. So as already mentioned, Makar Sankranti festival is that it marks the day where there is a significant movement in the zodiac, the arrangement of its dial around the sun. And this movement brings about a new change in the way we experience the planet itself. As there are many Sankrantis throughout the year, the two significant ones being Makar Sankranti, and the right opposite after summer solstice is Karka Sankranti. So every time the zodiac sign changes, the Sankranti forms to suggest the movement of planet, to understand that our life is sustained and nourished by this movement. If this movement ceases, everything will cease. So let's embrace the change. Let's embrace the movement. Let's keep moving. Let's keep learning. Let's keep embracing. Let's keep enjoying the changes and welcoming with this new year. Let's welcome the changes and be the part of the change. Let's keep moving ahead. With this brief introduction, we wish you all happy Makar Sankranti, and we will go ahead with our sessions. So, and finally, with the conclusion, the strength lies in the power of Sankalpa, that is intention. Our mind is full of Sankalpa and Vikalpa, The sankalpa is an opposite of vikalpa. Sankalpa is where it is an intention, and vikalpa is an imagination or a fantasy or a fancy. So when we start something, we take sankalpa, we take initiation, we have an intention, and we can make our mind strong by sadhana, the spiritual practices and knowledge. Then the sankalpa will also be strong. We don't use the mind power that has been bestowed upon us by the nature. It is the greatest gift we have been given, which helps us to visualize our dream and work on it and surrender ourselves to God. So whatever Lord gives us is the best, and He will take care of everything. Though these look like dichotomy and contradictory, but it is good always to have an intention or a goal and continuously work on it, and also leave the outcome to the God. Surrendering to the God, it means that you are doing your best, 99.99% of your efforts for everything, or even to the extent of 100%, putting 100% of your efforts and leaving the rest to the God. It doesn't mean that you don't do anything, you put everything on God and just sit, relax and say, God will take care. That doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. So there is a difference between intention and desire or fantasy. Desire is which gives you an anger and upsets you. Sankalpa is having an intention. It means taking your conscious to the universe, to the infinite, then bringing the mind to the present moment and making a wish for something that you long for in your mind. Desire means it has to happen now or later. In Sankalpa, you say, let it happen whenever it has to. When we have an intention and focus our attention on that, it will start manifesting. That's why we also call it as affirmation, positive affirmations. So suppose you want to go to some place from some other place. What you'll do, you will plan, you will see various modalities of transport or conveyance. You book a cab or buy a ticket and, plan after considering all the feasibility like travel hours and convenience and how it best suits you. So when you have an intention, you focus on it and will work on it. But you can't keep chanting all the time and say, I want to go from here to there, because there is a process that is not the entire complete process. Of course, you can travel not with the spiritual, or you can travel with the spiritual process eternally, but not with the physical body. But you need to go, you need to take your physical body also there. So to take your physical body there is also a process where you have to physically move your body from here to there. So we need to understand that to make it happen something materialistically, you have to put some materialistic efforts as well. But if you are aiming at something which is spiritual, then you may not always need materialistic efforts. You can also keep chanting, keep doing meditation, or focusing on certain rituals or certain activity, which can get you spiritual benefits where there is no materialistic things or elements that needs to be involved. So in a similar way, when you want some materialistic things or materialistic activities or elements to be involved, in a similar way, we need to engage, we need to involve, we need to manifest these material things also. Like when you want to move, you will buy a ticket or book a cab and board that, and you will travel and reach out that place. So spiritually, you need not do that. You can sit anywhere and you can go around the universe and come back. But when you want to go physically, you also need to take this physical body with you. Then you have to put your efforts also along with it so that you can go and reach the destination. So there might be different, hurdles. So a proper intention can be manifested into a reality only through sankalpa. That is a proper intention, a proper initiation. That's why we say we have to express gratitude. Gratitude, initiation is a gratitude, and gratitude has to be done in a proper way. Many people say or express their gratitude vaguely. That will not serve the purpose. In fact, if we all remember, before starting any ritual, or in fact, before starting any business or before starting any life event or before anything, when we perform puja, we do sankalpa. So what is there in that sankalpa? That is nothing but our initiation. So in sankalpa, we take initiation, we clarify our intention and make it strong, make it manifest, and it is a resolution with a free will and determination, with a good intention, an oath or a resolution to do something, a solemn pledge to do something good. So sankalpa in Sanskrit means good, Veda or Shastra. San means good, kalpa means Shastra or a Veda, though there are different meanings. So sankalpa means proposal to do something good in a Vedic or a Shastric way. In any religious ceremony or a ritual, generally we observe a person taking a sankalpa, that is a firm resolution with a intention to achieve the purpose of ceremony. So sankalpa literally means taking firm decision to accomplish one particular thing in spite of facing troubles in its achievement, with all humble and expressing our gratitude to each and everyone who are going to help us and contribute in our success, in our achievement of goal. Similarly, what all are included in the sankalpa? First, who is taking sankalpa? So our details, we should mention our name and our details, our lineage, where we got our identity from our parents, right? From our ancestors. So we are recognized by our family name. We always have these tails in front of our name before or after, prefix or postfix. Yeah? So we belong to some lineage. So we take our name, we introduce ourselves. We also introduce our background, brief background, what we are doing, who we are, where we have come from. And from then, we also mention the time and date along with it, and the location where we are, whether online, offline, virtual, and along with that, the almanac, the panchanga. Generally in traditional rituals we mention. And here also we can say from so and so this place I am presenting, and maybe if you want to correlate, and we can also mention what is the outcome, what is that you are trying to do it here or somewhere else. When we are doing some puja, when we are, our aim is to appear for an exam. So what is that we are going to do? Now I will take a resolution that I will collect all the material. I will sit adequate time. I will go with the proper planning and with the proper guidance from my gurus, teachers, professors, and as per the syllabus and as per the reference material. And with the textbooks, I will sit down daily for so many hours, and I will periodically monitor, evaluate, assess, and then keep moving. All this planning goes on. Similarly, we should also express our wish or desire. If I am presenting a session today, and I will also express my intention that I would like to present this topic with the support of so and so. The organizers may be the one who have taking the charge, maybe for the, say, suppose here, I am taking the charge as a coordinator as well as a moderator. So I am heading this entire conference. So similarly, I would express my gratitude by taking my name and designation, and also the names of the organization who are given me the opportunity, and I will express my gratitude, and I would express my intent or wish or desire through my presentation or through my topic, and the target who is going to benefit and how they are going to benefit, in what way they are going to benefit out of it, and how it is relevant to this conference. And through this entire proceedings or through this entire session, how it is going to benefit all in one way or other. So Sankalpa is also, if you have seen, hope you all have done Sankalpa in the process, where we also acknowledge our gratitude, express our gratitude to all of us who have been doing and encouraging these Sankalpa, and expressing our gratitude in a proper way. Expressing gratitude doesn't mean just, expressing, but it should be expressed in a proper way, making it a proper sense that whoever, listens to the Sankalpa or the initiation, they get an idea of what is being done, who is doing it, where they are doing it, and why they are doing it, and finally, who are the beneficiaries, and what is the outcome of that. So this all should reflect in our expression of gratitude. If then only we can say that we have expressed our gratitude in a proper way. Otherwise, what happens? When we are not expressing our gratitude properly, then we are not expressing our gratitude to the fullest extent. So we are lacking something, and again, we don't know to whom we are attributing. So similarly, these festivals, every festival has a unique sankalpa, has a unique initiation, or has a unique intention, where every festival is dedicated to a thanksgiving, to a certain, which has a certain goal to achieve, certain objective, certain celebration. That's why if we don't do this sankalpa properly, we are not preparing ourselves for the goal. So what will happen? We might not achieve the goal. Even if we achieve the goal, we may not get all the benefits as intended, or we may not properly credit everyone who are involved in that goal, in achieving the goal. And at the same time, we are also not taking the accountability, responsibility, and also expressing our gratitude to the fullest. So what happens? We get indebted. So maybe by expressing gratitude improperly, we can come out of that indebtedness to a percentage, but we will not get complete rid of those indebtedness. That's why these festivals, different festivals, provide an opportunity for expressing our gratitude in a proper way. Each festival is a celebration, a thanksgiving, a gratitude to one or other element of the nature, where it is an opportunity for us to thank the nature. This festival, Makara Sankranti, is an opportunity to thank the sun god, to thank the farmers, to thank the cattle, which are part of our agriculture. They are equally contributing in the process. So that's why this is also a harvest festival, farmers festival, and a lot of harvest comes. That means a lot of crops are harvested and they come to our homes in the form of wealth, in the form of grains. So we express our gratitude to the cattle, which has been part of us as a family member, as part of the agriculture production process. So that's why the third day is exclusively dedicated to the cattle, and we organize cattle fairs, exhibitions, and all those things. So even we dedicated one full day to the cattle on the third day of Sankranti. So similarly, it is very important not to just express, to find a time, proper time to express our gratitude, and also express gratitude in a proper way. And these festivals are the right, time to express our gratitude in a right way, for the right cause, to the right person, or to the right element of the nature. So it is very important for us to celebrate festivals in a proper manner. So when we are not celebrating festivals, we are not expressing our gratitude, or we are not thanking our different elements of the nature or planet. So let's celebrate and express our gratitude to the sun goddess and to the agriculture fraternity, those who are feeding us, including the cattle. So with this brief introduction, we'll move on to our sessions today. So I once again welcome you all to this international conference. So next we have with us Dr. Vidya Hari Iyer, Director and Founder, Dr. Vidya Smile Dental Clinic, Chennai. She is also a woman entrepreneur, dentist, and also multi-talented personality, classical singer and dancer. And she has presented on various forums, and we welcome you, ma'am, and we wish you happy Sankranti. And we welcome you to the international conference for your presentation on Burn Your Negativity.
So can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. You can start your video.
Yeah, I was just trying to get that. Now can you see and hear me, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay. So good evening, friends, and happy Sankranti. I think, it's a festive mood everywhere, all throughout India. And thank you, Ravindra sir and Mary, for this wonderful opportunity. I'll go right away with the presentation. It is one of the most interesting presentations I am going to present, that I have worked on. I'm very excited actually to present this in front of all of you. There are very few presentations which touch your heart as you, go ahead with the preparation. This presentation is definitely one among them. Are you able to see the full screen, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So thank you so much, Shri Research Institute and Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing and Shri Holistic Health Foundation India, Ravindra sir and Mary, for this wonderful opportunity. It's again a day when, all of us get together and share our knowledge with all of you. There are a lot of takeaways from today's presentation. So in case you want to pick up your pen and paper, this is the best time to do so. So wishing all of you a very happy Bihu, Lohri, Makar Sankranti and Pongal. I know it's a 3-4 day festivity. In Tamil Nadu, we celebrate for 4 days. So there are many festivals, but one single name. And if you look at it, India really gets together during these kind of festivities. But what exactly happens in all of these days? So I was just thinking how to go about preparing a session, right? So for us, when we think about Pongal, the first day, what we call the Bogi Pongal, or in the north, I guess it is celebrated as Lohri. People get together and burn all the old clothes or old stuff which is not of use to them. And they, completely burn, and they sing and dance around that fire. And the next day, that is today, they worship the sun god and thank him for bringing sunshine in their life. So in Tamil, we say Thai Purandal Vali Purakam, which means this month, from this month onwards, everything will be towards prosperity. So, we take a lot of happiness in celebrating today, and everybody gets up very early and pray their, offerings to the sun god. And after that, of course, as Ravindra Sarji said, it's the day of harvest, right? So farmers, the cow, and everything, the entire earth, the sun, all of us, we pray to them and we thank them for the harvest so that, we can live in bountiness. So keeping this in mind is today's presentation. So if you look at the aspect of life, all of us, we have our own individuality within us. And there are so much of old stuff of ours, old beliefs, old negative thoughts, old negative, emotions that we all have. And these emotions have to be burnt. for us to become the new you or the new us, right? So thinking about the same lines as what I showed in the previous slide, I'm going to help you understand how to burn the negativity. But why should we do so? Why should we burn this negativity? So if you look at why this negativity has to be burnt, what we have understood is the effects of negative emotions on the body has really hurt us. So over a period of time in the mental health, we always talk about, the stress and strain and depression and anxiety, panic attacks, all of this. But little did we understand that it is hurting ourselves or it is hurting our body in toto, right? So let's see what are the emotions or what are the negative emotions which hurt our body. So when you have a lot of hatred, cruelty, or you're impatient with yourself, you're actually hurting your heart and your small intestine. When you're worried, when you're anxiety prone, and there is a lot of mistrust, you're actually trying to hurt your spleen, stomach, and pancreas. And when you have a fear factor, then you're hurting your kidneys, your ears, and your bladder. When you're filled with anger, frustration, jealousy, and envy, you're actually hurting your livers, your eyes, and gallbladder. And when you are sad and when you're depressed, you're actually hurting your lungs, skin, and large intestine. So this is nothing but suicide, right? So why not burn all our negative emotions, like how we are burning all old clothes and things which we don't want? I don't think we need to have any negative emotions which is hurting ourselves, right? So thereby, my topic for today is burning your negativity. The first emotion which I am going to talk about is jealousy. If you see in the spectrum of human emotions, jealousy is mostly the most complex of all the emotions. It is frustrating and uncomfortable for the person who's going through it. And this is a mixture. It's a mixture of anger, sadness, suspicions, and envy. And this can destroy relationships, cause bouts of depression and anxiety, and even lead to serious violence or extreme cases, homicide. So what do you do to burn the jealousy in you? You need to be in gratitude. And for all those people who joined when Ravindra sir was sharing about expressing gratitude, the way you express gratitude is very important. And I have said this many times earlier also. As soon as you wake up in the morning, once you open your eyes, the first thing all of us need to do is thank God for this beautiful day that we've got. In addition to thanking God for the day, we need to thank each and every part of our body, each and every aspect of life that we need to be grateful for. You have food on the table, thank you, God. If you have a room to stay or a house to stay, you have clothes to wear, you have work to do, all of this is what you need to show your gratitude for. So expressing gratitude will remove jealousy from your body. In addition to writing your gratitude journal, you also need to talk to your friend or anybody whom you feel comfortable with, whom you trust most, and express these kind of negative emotions so that it can be vented away from your body. Next is stress. Now, as we saw the various negative emotions, stress affects the entire body. It can affect your brain. So starting from your brain, it will cause you confusion. It will not allow you to think with clarity. It will not help you focus properly. You'll always be agitated, irritated. And thereby, when you look at your cardiovascular system, which is your heart, you will see that, your heart will be pumping faster. And thereby you can see you might have high blood pressure, and you have an increased risk for any heart problems or even brain strokes. Next is your skin. So this is your periphery. So right from your hair, your skin, all of this will make you start looking old. Your hair will start falling because of the stress. Your skin will be dull. It will make you look a lot more aged than your chronological age. And your nails, they will tend to be brittle, they break often, and you will not be healing faster. So the stress can also cause some kind of healing delay and increase inflammation in your body. Your muscles and your joints, whenever there is stress, there is a lot of pain. You generally use that term called, don't be a pain in the neck. So you will see a lot of pain in all your joints, your neck, your back, your body, your legs, everywhere you will have a lot of pain. And you'll have muscle tightness. So this muscle tightness will not allow you to be flexible enough to work your everyday life. Generally, when you think about stress from the brain, the next organ you'll think about is your stomach, because the moment you're not feeling very comfortable up, your stomach will start showing. So you will either have either nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, or you will go into severe episodes of constipation. And when this happens, there is a lot of pain and uncomfortableness in your gastrointestinal tract. This itself is not very good for your body. So the moment you feel, nauseated or diarrhea, you will not feel like eating properly. So this again would lead to a lot more stress and discomfort. Your immune system will go down. And in reproductive system also, if you look at it, because of the effect of stress, you have the hormone imbalance happening. People start putting on weight, and this itself can, jeopardize your reproductive system activities. So what do you do to actually, relieve yourself of the stress? So basically, if you look at it, whenever somebody says you're very stressed, the first thing is they say, calm down, right? So a lot of yoga, meditation, breathing exercises would help. Physical activity, going out, being one with nature, enjoying the bountiful of what God has given us would make us feel very nice. Listen to some nice music. There is a lot about music therapy, which you can do. Take a nap, sleep, and you can play with your pet or babies and be around loved ones. So this will help you cope yourself from stress. Next emotion I'm going to talk about is fear. So we have amygdala in our brain. This alerts our nervous system, which sets our body's fear response into motion. So what is fear? Fear is basically an acronym for false evidence appearing real. So it looks as though it's going to happen to us, and this itself causes stress. And the hormones which comes out are cortisol and adrenaline, which are released. And so you have a fear. So there is a fight or a flight kind of a reaction or body movement. The common fear triggers could be darkness, lack of visibility of surroundings, heights, flying, social interaction, or, what people would say, the rejection. So all this causes fear. Now, how do you overcome fear? To overcome fear, first, you need to acknowledge it. You first need to find out what is making you feel scared. Once you are able to acknowledge it, then find out the first instance when you feel that fear. What triggers that fear? What is that triggering mechanism? And once you know that, either you can avoid it or go head down and face it. The moment you face it, you would overcome it. There are certain things where you will want to avoid, which is fair enough. And definitely you need to meditate and relax yourself. Calming ourselves will immediately drop our blood pressure, will drop our, heart pumping, and thereby it will make us feel a lot more relaxed. And that is why you will see people always asking us to count 10 to 1 in a very slow manner and thinking about something nice so that the fear mechanism goes away. The next emotion is hatred. Hatred negatively impacts the nervous system, the immune system, and the endocrine system. And extreme emotions of this will release a lot of stress hormones in the brain. The moment these stress hormones are released, as I told you earlier, you will start having pain and inflammation all across your body. And this over a period of time, if it is just an acute case that you had it just for one episode, it's fine. But if it's happening over a period of time, this will become and cause some kind of a health issue in your body. How do you overcome or cope with hatred? First thing is seek therapy. Prioritize self-care, self-love. Practice empathy with yourself. Only then you will be able to empathize with others. And avoid an all or nothing mindset. Sometimes you will see people going all out and doing things, or they will just go into their cocoon. Now, both of this is not good. Do work in moderation and avoid generalization. Usually when somebody, hates, they will say, oh, I hate all men, I hate all women, I hate this. So they will generalize and they will just cut off themselves from the entire clan. That's not right. You should not do that. You should find out what is that which is making you feel upset and work out on that, because not everything is black and white, right? Next emotion we are going to talk about is greed. Greed leads to dissatisfaction. The moment you see somebody doing better than you or more than you, what happens is you feel like, oh, am I not good enough? Didn't I do my work properly? Why is it that I am not getting the results? Why is it that somebody else is doing better than me? So all this, if you look at it, will cause this kind of greed in people. So when greed comes, there is dissatisfaction. And with that, you will have stress, exhaustion, anxiety, depression, and despair. And totally, if you look at your brain, it will be in a state of restlessness, very fidgety in nature. This is because your vagal tone of the parasympathetic branch gets lowered, and this itself lowers the ability of the body to heal from inflammation. And this can lead to any maladaptive behavior, and people, because they are jealous and greedy, they will get into all kind of bad vices. They'll start probably going for gambling because easy money. They want something where they don't have to put in their hard work. They can get something just out of it. So gambling, hoarding, trickery, theft, all of this is what happens when there is a lot of greed. When people are always comparing themselves and trying to see, oh, that person has more, I have less. There's always a constant state of unhappiness, a dissatisfaction state. That is when greed would lead to all of this. So what do we do for that? So tips to, help you overcome greed is practice generosity. So the moment you start giving away, generosity need not only be with money, it could be with kind words, it could be words of appreciation, it could be deeds that you want to serve people, it could be money that you want to give to people. Think about charity, think about serving people, think about teething, which means like, you need to give at least a 10% of the income you earn to God or to the purpose of God, right? So this is very important so that you will understand the quality of how to overcome greed. You can also overcome anger with loving kindness. And we will deal with that in one of the, negative emotions, and overcome ignorance with understanding. So it's very, very important that we need to overcome all this negativity by pouring in loads of positivity. Just a little bit of positivity is not going to help. The entire bucket full of positivity has to be coming, right? But look at the other flip side of it. If you have a big bowl, like I'm sure today all of you must have made pongal, right? If you had a big bowl of some sweet, and even if you drop a drop of negativity or poison, the entire bowl of sweet will become negative. But to combat that negativity, you need loads of positivity. So to overcome greed, you need to be as generous as possible. And these are words of Buddha. Next is being selfish. So selfish people have a hard time caring about anyone but themselves. They are so self-centered. It's always I, me, myself, my work, my thing. They are so cutthroat. They are so rude. They don't care about others. They're very insensitive to people. They are very abrasive in nature. It's like having a sandpaper all around your body and rubbing people, hurting people with their words, with their action, with their way they present or project themselves. And by this ruthless behavior of theirs, you can understand that they spoil relationships because they are very selfish. So when you spoil relationships, it does not necessarily mean only with your family members. It will go beyond. It creates a ripple effect. You will start being, ruthless with people in and around you also. Your friends will not like you. They will move away. You will become lonely. You will become isolated. So how do you combat selfishness? First thing is put up a big smile on your face. The moment you smile, it makes you a very pleasing personality. Learn to compromise. It's not always necessary that you need to be given so much of importance. Divide that importance. Give others credit. Appreciate people. When you appreciate, you will understand others' worth also. Learn to relax. It's not always the number one position that all of us need to fight out for, right? And explain better. If there is something that you want to be heard, then share it in the proper intent. Ask more for help and show interest in people. I'm sure all the people watching today's program, the most important person for you is you, right? So when you start showing importance to other people, that is when they will feel like, you're truly interested in them. So that is how you need to show interest in people. Next quality is being insensitive. So we need to burn this insensitivity from us. Now, insensitive people are people who do not show as much as care on others as much as they show for themselves. So they don't respect others' emotions. They don't respect others, likes, dislike. They're very insensitive. And when they are insensitive, they're always absorbed in their own thoughts, their own emotions. They are in their own world. They don't care about people. So how should you turn out this quality? You need to be empathetic. You need to talk to people, understand their world, why they are the way they are, and be a lot more compassionate to people. There is always a saying that, you can only pour out from your cup what you have, right? So imagine I have a glass and that glass has coffee. And if you ask me, what am I drinking? I will say I'm drinking coffee. And if you ask me for coffee, I can pour out of my cup. But then if my cup is not having, what you want, maybe you want tea and I don't have tea, how can I pour it out? So until unless you are being compassionate to people, nobody will feel compassionate towards you. It always works that you give more than you receive. So whatever you want, choose that quality and give out that quality much more. And start writing a journal, a diary. This diary, you can write down everything in that particular day that makes you feel happy or proud of yourself. When I say proud, I mean in a very positive sense, that you feel very happy that you did something good today. The moment you start writing, flashes of your day would come where you were not so nice, you were very insensitive. And this will help you work out on those bad vices of yours so that you can be much more empathetic and compassionate in the long run. The moment you start writing, there would be a world of difference. Next is regret. Most of us go through these emotions. When we talk about regret, we are talking about an emotion wherein in life we would have taken or made some choices, and probably the choices did not turn out in our favor. Not always we're going to touch and kiss success. Do you agree with me? There are going to be ups and downs in life. So whenever there are ups and downs in life, you will think, oh my God, I should have taken that decision. Thereby, I wouldn't have had to face this. But I took this decision. I took this route towards working myself, and that's not the way it needs to be. So whenever there is an emotion of regret, it could mean anything that you feel sad or bad about. Why am I not taller? Why am I not wearing good clothes? Why is there so much of crime in the universe? Why is everybody hurting themselves? Why aren't my colleagues nice to me? Why is our government? It's always a state of complaint about everybody around you and everything around you. So obviously, I think you know what is going to be the solution for regret. The first thing is acceptance, that I cannot regret something which has taught me valuable and worthwhile lessons in life. If you have taken a wrong route, what is the lesson you learned so that you won't trip and fall again? And second is expressing gratitude. The more gratitude you express, the more things you can be in gratitude for. And like you can see in my background, I have a mirror there. And on that mirror, I put some posted pictures. You can clearly see that on my background. The posted pictures, and you post things or words of affirmation wherein you acknowledge yourself and you express yourself in a very positive way. Count your blessings. So the moment you every day look at those pictures or words and you keep reading it, keep saying it, and say it every single day, say it n number of times, say it the first thing in the morning, you don't know how much you will be empowering yourself. Next is the negativity of anger. So let's look at the cycle of anger. It is with triggering effects. Somebody is doing something, it's annoying you, it's making you angry. That's your trigger. Once the trigger starts, your brain is getting its signal, all your negative thoughts are coming in, and then you're looking at it with an emotional response. There is a physical symptom which comes, and then you're going to put out into action. So till that it was processing inside your body, and when it is an action, either you are screaming back or you're hitting or punching. So it's either through the mouth or the hand and legs that you're going to be physical about it, right? So how do you manage your anger? Identify the trigger. That's where it all started. And the warning signs. Talk to somebody who's empathetic towards you, who understands you. In case you don't have anybody, find a counselor and try practicing breathing, exercising, and relaxation, wherein you can relax your muscles and command your muscles to actually slow down. You can walk, exercise, move away from that scenario. And one more thing is, think about how otherwise I can look at this situation so that I can make an amicable remedy or response and not react to this triggering. response. So this is very important. Injustice. Witnessing and experiencing or even hearing anything which is not sounding right to your ears. It could be inequality amongst people. It could be inequality in opportunity, inequality in payment of money, anything. And this can lead to a complex emotions. And this complex emotions will be addition of a lot of other negative emotions like helplessness, anger, sadness, shame, and guilt. And all of this together will make you feel very bad. So what can you do? When there is injustice, you be just. You be very mindful of what you are doing. Give equal opportunities to people. Treat people with dignity. Treat people well. Not only who are, who can give things back to you, but treat people well who cannot give anything back to you. They are children of God, right? And volunteer yourself. Volunteer to serve people. The more you serve people, the more you interact with people, the more you are with people, you will understand that you will become a just person. Attachment. So attachment is a very, very big emotion. Undeveloped attachments may permanently damage a child's growing brain. So when you are not dealing with the attachment in a proper way, children can really get affected, and they will make this negativity in them turn out to become future, jealousy or hatred or any other bigger emotions. So when you are working with attachment, you need to understand that if you don't handle it well, when it is in the bud stage, it can lead to becoming, people becoming more aggressive or controlling in nature, or delinquent behaviors, troubling everybody around, and any other problems. So they can become like, goons or bullies, and create a lot of violence outside. So you need to identify your chakras. I'm sure all of you know there are 7 chakras, and you need to work out on each of these chakras and try to help yourself, elevate yourself to a higher version of yourself. So when you look at the Mooladhara chakra, which is the root chakra, you can look at the colors of the chakra. It looks like the Vibgyor or the rainbow. So starting from red for Mooladhara, which is the basic chakra, it involves a lot of trust issues. All of that would come at the Mooladhara chakra. The next is the Swadhisthana chakra, which is a sacral chakra. And here your sexuality, your creativity will be there. The Manipura chakra, the solar plexus, here you will see wisdom and power. Your Anahata chakra is your heart chakra. You can see it is green in color. It is love and kindness and healing power which will come. Your throat chakra is your Vishuddhi chakra, and this chakra helps you to communicate better. Your Ajna chakra or your third eye chakra helps you be aware of the surroundings. And last but not the least is the Sahasrara chakra or your crown chakra, which leads you. The more you practice burning each of your negativity, you will be opening your crown chakra, and there you will be working oneness with God, oneness with spirituality. You will become a much better version of yourself. Next is the emotion of pride. Pride prevents us from acknowledging our human vulnerabilities. So this shame-driven pride will make us very uncomfortable. We will not feel like apologizing with anybody. To just say, even, I'm sorry, I'm wrong, where can I improve myself? This itself will be a problem. So when pride rules, I think, everything else takes a back seat, right? So it'll always make you feel like, you are the best, or nobody can, surpass you. All those kind of emotions will come. And once you become that, what will happen is everybody around you will feel like, they can never get close to you. So you will be creating a kind of a cocoon around yourself, which will be very hard to break by people around. Humility is the only way where you can break this pride. So be like a bamboo. The higher you grow, the deeper you bow. This is a Chinese proverb. And that is why you see great personalities. I think, our people's president, Abdul Kalam sir, was an epitome of humility, right? The way he had this, no nonsense kind of an attitude, a person who was very approachable. He was so down to earth. He could go talk to anybody, so kind, so humble. And that is how all of us need to be, right? So I had dealt with 12 negative emotions so far. If you had made a note of it, you would have understood. We have 12 months in every year, and we have just started with January. How about letting go and burning each of the negativity which is there in us? I'm sure none of us are so pure that we don't have any of them, right? We all must be having something, some elements, maybe 5% of each. That itself into 12, you can see 60% of negativity. So we need to let go. Like how we celebrated Lohri yesterday, or in our part of the world where we say Bogi Pongal, right? So we burnt. Let us let go of all these negativity and then work out towards the positive aspect of how we can overcome all our negative emotions. And what we plant is what we can sow. So let's plant those seeds of goodness, which we saw as remedial actions for coping against all those negative emotions. And once we have sown it, only then can we harvest, my dear friends. So let's see the 7 rules or laws of harvest. 1, we reap only what has been sown. If I'm going to plant a mango seed, I can't come back after 10 months and say I'm going to get an apple out of this farm. Would you agree with me? So only if I sow love, if I sow kindness, if I sow gratitude, will I be able to harvest that. So we reap only what we have sown. We reap the same in kind as we sow. I told you, if I have sown mango, I will only get mango. I'm not going to get anything else. We reap in a different season than we sow. So once you sow, please don't dig the ground and say, oh, I sowed, I have not got anything out of it. You need to practice patience. You need to be very kind and, thankful to the ground to enable that seed to grow into a tree so that you can get the benefits out of it. And we will not get it in the same season, which means we need to wait. We need to practice patience. And believe me, we will reap more than we sow. This is what all the farmers know it. They take seeds and they throw it on the land. They take more seeds and throw. And they know when they harvest, they're going to get much more than the seeds they have sown. It's a very simple equation. Take an apple, cut the apple, you've got one seed. I'm sure you've got many seeds, but just take that one seed. Imagine you're going to sow this seed. From this seed, can you tell me how many more apples you're going to get? The answer is you don't know, because this seed will get into and become a tree. From that seed, you will have multiple apples, and each apple might have multiple seeds. So definitely you will reap more than you sow. And we reap in proportion to what we sow. If you have sown goodness, you are going to reap goodness, right? So do the best you can to plant the right seeds today, so that once you burn your negativity, when the time for harvest comes, you and I live in bountiful. We reap the full harvest of the good only if we persevere. The evil comes to harvest on its own. It's a very simple equation. Think about 2 lands. One land I've done nothing, and the other land I have worked hard. I've planted seeds. I've plowed it. I've watered it. I've taken care of it. Now you tell me, on one area, you're going to say, okay, whatever you've planted, you're going to get. In the other, where I didn't do anything, is it going to be a barren land? I'm sure you're all saying, no, you're going to have a lot of dirty weeds there. So the evil will do whatever they have to do. But for you to do good, you need to put in your hard work, my dear friends. And we can't do anything about last year's harvest. Correct? This year, we are supposed to harvest. Today is the day of harvest. But if I've not done anything good last year, what am I going to harvest today? So it's okay. But let's start. Let's begin now. Because next year, when we celebrate, we should know that we are going to be very mindful these 12 months, burn all our negativities so that we can reap the best what we have sown in the next 12 months. So the law of harvest is to reap more than you sow. Sow an act and you reap a habit. Sow a habit and you reap a character. Sow a character and you reap a destiny. This is what James Allen said. I leave you with these thoughts, my dear friends. Yeah, I'm open to question. I'm Dr. Vidya Hari Iyer. In case you have any doubts, I'm free to answer your doubts. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a wonderful session on this festive occasion.
Thank you, sir.
And friends, if you have any queries, you can quickly raise your hand or unmute yourself or use chat box to share your observation, feedback, queries, if any. Yeah, Basmati ji, you can unmute yourself.
Wonderful session as usual. It was actually helping to understand how we can remove the negative thoughts. See, as you said, we all have that 5% of each of these negative thoughts. And if we think as a single one, we feel it's very less. Oh, okay, only 5%, maybe I'm 95% good. But as you said, when we calculate on a whole, it is 60% of negativity we carry in ourselves. And you have beautifully brought out how you can remove it. And as you said, and I'm going to work on it, each month, one thing we can remove, slowly work on it, try to remove it, the negative thoughts from our system, and try to, as you said, bogey, where we burn out all the old ones. Same way we can burn out these negativity from our system. Thank you so much, ma'am, for this wonderful session.
Thank you so much, Vasumati. Seriously, when I was preparing, I was thinking, this is one of the best sessions I've done till today. I mean, emotionally and personally, when I was looking at, as I was preparing, as I was giving thought to what I had to prepare for today, I was thinking this beautiful month, we are talking about burning. Then what are we burning? How is it that we can burn ourselves? How is it that the negative qualities I can pick? And I picked up the 12 most important qualities. I'm sure there must be more, but the most important 12 qualities that I felt that, we needed to burn so that each of us can be a better human being. We are all work in progress. And I just said 5%. There are areas when I felt it is more than 5. So when I added, I was like, oh my God, so much to, get myself to work on myself. And I'm sure we'll become much better and proud of ourselves for what we are from where we have started. So thank you so much for the feedback, Vasumati. Really made a difference. Thank you.
No, it was a great learning for me as well. And it has really given me a thought for the day, not only day, for the whole year, what I should do, plan it. Thank you, Vidya ma'am. As usual, you rocked.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, Mary ma'am, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, ma'am. Actually, I've heard a lot about Pongal when I was in Chennai for my holidays before pandemic. I have my uncle there in Adyar and Tamram. So I was there, but I know about the festival, but so much is there in this festival. Always I learn from your sessions more than I ask questions. I do lot of learning and I do lot of jotting down the points. So you do 200% justice to your topic. So it's a mind-blowing session beginning of the year, and all the best to you and God bless you. Always keep smiling, and on a special day, may God give all the happiness to you and always keep smiling like this. My wishes are always there for you.
Thank you so much, dear. Thank you so much. Anybody else who has a question?
Thank you so much, Vidya ma'am, for such a wonderful session.
Thank you.
You're always mind blowing, and being a part of Dr. Ravindra's daily sessions. Thank you so much, Dr. Ravindra, sir, for inviting all of us to this conference. We would love to have you in these sessions more. Kindly, ma'am, if you can send the PPT. If you can use it.
Thank you, Fiona. Thank you so much for your kind words. Yes,
And
I can share.
happy Pongal, ma'am.
Happy Pongal to you too, dear. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Once again, there are few appreciation messages also in the chat box. And we thank you once again, and happy Pongal to you and your family. And we wish you all the success for your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in the future. Let's this festive brings us more positivity and more mindfulness in all of us, and being more optimistic. Let's constructively, productively move together ahead with this festive mood. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir, for the opportunity. Thank you so much, friends, for being a patient listener. And thank you, friends, for your interaction. It really made my day super special. Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dear friends, kindly fill up the feedback form for session 1 for afternoon sessions. Feedback form has been raised in the form of polls. We have 5 minutes to fill the feedback form, and then we will move on with our next speaker for the day. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to next session. So our next speaker is Mr. Nagaraj H. He is visually challenged person, presently working as Deputy Manager in State Bank of India, Bangalore, and he is also Assistant Governor in Rotary Club, Bangalore. And he is also a professional social worker. And he regularly contributes to the society in various ways and also an environmental activist. So we welcome you, Nagarajji, and we wish you happy Pongal to you and your family. You can unmute yourself, Nagarajji, and start your video and presentation.
Am I audible, sir? Video on what? Video.
Yes, Nagarajji, your audio, we can hear you. You are muted again. You can unmute yourself and start your video and presentation.
Okay. So, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Ravindra sir. So, am I audible now? So, I'm sorry, actually, due to the festival, we are in the field actually, and I'll be presenting over here. So, first of all, I wish everybody happy Sankranti, happy Pongal. So I thank Ravindra sir and Mary madam and others for giving us the wonderful opportunity to present. And today is being a special day, as a festival day. We call it as a harvesting season. And at this juncture, we have to, think for, we should take the blessings of the God to get everybody good life, good health, good success, and everything, prosperity, whatever is required, everything should come to everybody. So when I speak about the today's topic, that is education for youth. So youth is the iconic for the nation. Youth are the nation builders. Without youth, it is very difficult for the country. We got our Independence Day, Independence year, all these celebrations, everything because of the struggles of the youth. So youth are facing lots of problems like unemployment, violence, corruption, terrorism, all these things. So we need to, remove the traditional attitude and beliefs of the youth, and we should improve and we should empower the youth. So the base for empowering youth is the education. So as you know, education is required for everybody. Government of India has said we should provide compulsory mandatory education for all the children from 5 to 14 years. So this way, education, as Vivekananda said, education is a manifestation of perception, which is already in him. So we have to remove our obstacles, remove our traditional attitude, traditional beliefs, all these certain superstitious beliefs, and we should make education a powerful one. When you say education, importance of education, we remember Mahatma Gandhi's thought that when you give education to the child, the whole society will get educated. And the same thing Radhakrishnan said. So teachers are the main persons to help the students and the parents to build their overall personality. So education this way gives knowledge, gives creative thinking, gives problem solving, gives mental ability, gives critical thinking, and innovations, research, development everywhere. So especially for this youth, if they need a job to lead their livelihood, education is a main responsible thing. So that is why, so we have in Rotary a very good scheme called Teach. So Teach is exclusively meant for the people. We have 5 concepts in Teach. That is TEACH. T means teachers training. So teachers should be trained properly. We should develop their skills, knowledge, and empower the teachers so that they can bring a lot of changes. And when you say E means e-learning. All the learning materials we need to provide for the students and the teachers, reading materials and study materials, books, everything, printing, stationery, whatever is required for their studies, audio books, braille books, whatever they need, everything we have to support. And we have A. A means adult education. So adult education basically involves, there is a lot of dropouts after some age, after they go to 14 or 15th year. Many children will not get education because school is far and there is no toilet facility and other things. So that is why we have to promote this adult education by providing infrastructure facility in all the schools. Then we have a C, that is child development. So we should concentrate on physical, mental, social, intellectual, emotional, and overall development of the children is very, very important. Then finally, H. H means happy school. Be on the line, please. Sorry. So happy school means the the school should have all the facilities like libraries, labs, equipments, everything, all the learning materials, everything, so that children will get a quality, standard, and very good education. So this way, this teach concept has inculcated in our Rotary and in the day-to-day life, especially this is linked to the youth, especially. So when you talk about the youth education, so we have so many wings here. One is education for the discontinued students, education for the non-formal people, education in the correspondence level, education in the distance level, and education to the dropouts, especially when they miss the higher education. And finally, education for the women needs to be concentrated. So this way, so youth, we need to promote education. We should develop the youth. We should empower the youth. We should make the youth to be educated in all across all the fields, all the areas, all the subjects, everything. So that is why I request everybody to provide education to the youth and make youth as a empowered person and a strong person, confident person, developing person to get education and employment. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagaraj, for your insightful talk. Participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself and share, or you can use chat box, or you can raise your hand. Yeah, Mary.
Hi, Nagraj.
Hi,
Actually,
Mary.
your talk is really incredible and a lot of insights and lot of takeaway from your session. And happy festival to you, happy Shankranti, and all the best.
Thank you.
All the best for next session. All the best for your life. God bless you. Take care.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nagaraj, for joining us on this festival occasion, and we wish you all the success.
Thank you,
future
Ravindra, sir.
endeavors, and look forward for more sessions in future. And we wish you happy Pongal to you and your family.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody.
Dear friends, you can fill the feedback form for session 2 quickly. We have 5 minutes for filling up the feedback form. It is mandatory for preparing certificate. It is through this form. We collect data for the certificates. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to our next session. Next, we have with us Dr. Jyoti Makkar. She is a psychologist, counselor, and also a dentist from Delhi. She would be talking on solution-focused brief therapy. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. Once the session starts, the feedback form will be closed. So we welcome you, ma'am. You can unmute yourself. Start your video and presentation on your topic, solution focused brief therapy. And we wish you happy Pongal to you
Thank
and
you.
your family.
Same to you. A very happy Pongal to all the participants out here. Thank you to Almighty for granting me this opportunity, and thank you to the organizers. My topic of presentation today is solution-focused brief therapy. So what is solution-focused brief therapy? Solution-focused brief therapy, it is a psychotherapy that focuses on the solution of the client, focuses on the solution of the client rather than the problem. Every problem has a solution. There is no problem that does not have a solution. And what is psychotherapy? What is the aim of the psychotherapy? Psychotherapy, basically, it is a therapeutic alliance between the counselor and the counselee. Counselee is a client. It's a therapeutic alliance in which the counselor is helping the counselee to revive his inner strengths, to explore his inner strengths, and use those strengths in this therapy, solution-focused brief therapy, to use those strengths in building tools and skills which he or she can use it to solve the problem or issue or challenge which has brought the counselee to the counselor. So it focuses on solution. It does not focus on the problems. The client is already in the problem. He is surrounded by the problem. The therapist will listen to the problem, no doubt. But the root cause of the problem is always in the past. So this therapy, solution-focused brief therapy, it does not focus on the past. It focuses on the present. The present is that the client is in the problem and has come with the issue to the counselor, and the counselor has to help him recognize his strengths to solve the problem and to create a hope and optimism in the client. So that is solution-focused brief therapy. Now, who propounded this solution-focused brief therapy? There was a couple in Sue Kim Berg and Steve D. Shazer. This couple in a brief family center with their staff, they propounded this therapy. Now, when was it propounded? It was propounded in 1970 to 1980. It is a goal-oriented approach. It focuses on the goals, never on the past, but in the present and future. Now, which problems this solution-focused brief therapy deals with? Which clients? Whenever we give a therapeutic approach to a client, we use the mixed approach, eclectic approach, in which one of this is solution-focused brief therapy. We never administer any therapy alone to the client. We always use the eclectic approach. So in this, it is used in case of anxiety disorder patients. It is used in case of depression patients. It's used in case of patients with relationship issues, communication problems, anger management issues. And it is also used in patients who worry too much. So it is used in multiple cases. And what are the techniques employed, and what are the questions the therapists use? We will discuss all that. So in the techniques employed in solution-focused brief therapy, there are various techniques employed. One is miracle question. Now in this miracle question, the counselor, he asks the counselee that now I'm going to ask you a question. It may appear strange to you. Imagine that tonight when you are sleeping at home, a miracle happens. You do not know it because you are asleep. And there is a peaceful atmosphere at home. Nobody knows it. But when you wake up in the morning, what is it that you observe? What are the changes in the environment that you observe? So that is the miracle question. Then the counselor will tell the counselee to draw that miracle. What are the changes he notices in the surroundings? So that is the miracle question technique. Then another thing is solution-focused art therapy. Now, the purpose of this therapist in this solution-focused brief therapy is to make the client recognize that he has strengths, she has strengths, and they can solve the problem themselves, the problem which has brought them to the counselor. So, he has to, they have a firm belief that yes, the client has those strengths, but she is not aware of it. So the work of the therapist is not to give ready-made solutions, but to help the client find his or her own solutions. That is the goal of solution-focused brief therapy. So now what happens? Another is solution-focused art solution focused art technique. In this, the counselor tells the counselee that now you write about my special persons, a special person in your life. So what is the purpose of the counselor telling the counselee to write about a special person in his or her life? The purpose is that to make the counselee recognize that yes, that special person in his or her life is one with whom he or she can share his or her feelings when they are in stress. So that is the strength of the client, to make the client recognize his or her strength, to bring out those strengths. The strengths are then used as tools and skills to solve the problems and come to the goal. So that is the purpose of solution focused brief therapy. Now this solution focused brief therapy, it is also used in alcohol and drug addiction cases. It is also used in the cases with eating disorders. There also this therapy is used. Now another thing, the client, the counselor tells the counselee that you have to write a letter from the future self. This is letter writing. This is also in solution focused art technique. In this, the counselor tells the counselee to write a letter from the future self to the current self, in which, because time heals everything. With the passage of time, all the problems, issues are resolved. So the client has to write a letter from the future self to the current self, that and in that letter has to appreciate his self or herself for not giving up, for using his or her strengths, whatever the strengths he or she used to reach their goal, to praise and appreciate oneself, and to imagine that everything has resolved, everything has become okay. Then another solution focused art therapy technique is that the counselor tells the counselee to draw a picture in a pictorial form, or to write about my favorite day. What was so special in that day that made it favorite? So these are solution focused art therapy techniques employed in the solution focused brief therapy. Now another thing is finding out strengths. The third technique is to help the client find out strengths. To recap, the counselor tells the counselee to recap those pleasant moments in life when everything was going well and he or she was feeling very strongest. And any event in the life of the counselee when things turned out very good owing to his or her efforts. So to revive the client counselee of those moments of life, to awaken him that yes, he or she has the abilities to solve his or deal with his or her problems. So, and also to inquire from his near and dear ones about his or her strengths, take a feedback. So that also helps the client know about his or her strengths. So this therapy basically focuses on strengths of the client. Now the third technique is third technique is mind mapping, solution mind mapping. Here what happens, the counselor tells the counselee to make a mind map. In the center of the mind map, the counselee has to draw the miracle. He has to draw that this problem is resolved. Then he has to draw branches coming from that center, the solutions. What were his actions that the counselee took that led to the solving of the problem, which brought the counselee to the counselor. So that is solution mind mapping. Now, another technique employed in solution focused brief therapy is a time machine technique. Now, in this time machine technique, you must have seen that serial Doraemon and Nobita. So in this time machine technique, the counselor tells the counselee to imagine that he or she enters the time machine, and in the present and in the future, when he or she leaves the time machine, comes out of the time machine, he feels calm, relaxed. So what is the purpose of this technique? The purpose of the technique is to make the client aware that time heals everything, and with passage of time, every problem is resolved. So this solution focus brief therapy, it has steps. What are those steps? First is that what is the problem? What is it that you really want? The counselor will have to inquire from the counselee what is it that she really wants. Then he will have to inquire, how will you come to know that if you have achieved what you want, how will you come to know that it has happened? Same thing I told you in the miracle question, that is the same thing almost. Then the third thing, what steps are you taking or will you take to reach your goal? I told it's a goal-oriented approach, never focusing on the problems, but focusing on the solution. So, and fourth step is that if you're about to reach the solution, if you're about to reach your target, then how will you come to know that you're about to reach your goal? There are many examples of this. So, another technique is crystal ball technique. In this, the counselee is made to imagine that he has a crystal ball in front of him and he's visualizing his future. So, in the crystal ball technique, the counselor tells the counselee that imagine that your problem is solved and you are seeing your future and you are seeing your goal. That is what you want. And you are seeing the hindrances also, roadblocks that are coming in the way to reach your goal. So, and what strengths you go to explore to reach that goal. And you have already passed, you have used those strengths and you have reached those goals. So how you go to feel? So the main purpose of all this is to help the client recognize that he has the problem solving ability. He has the ability to find a solution to his problems. If he focuses on the problems will multiply. But if he focuses on finding out his inner strengths, to find the tools, to develop the tools and measures to solve those problems, he will achieve the problems, no doubt, because the counselor is sure that the counselee possesses those abilities. Now, another technique is employed in solution-focused brief therapy is worry cloud. What happens in this? This technique is employed for anxiety patients suffering from general anxiety disorder or too much worry cloud. So what happens in this technique, the counselor tells the counselee that I'm going to draw a cloud and I'm going to count from 3 to 1. And when I reach 1 and I say start, write all your worries in it. And in 1 minute, you have to write it. And after that, I will count, after 1 minute, I will count from 3 to 1 again, and I will say stop. And you just stop. So when in 1 minute, the client finishes drawing this worry cloud and writing his or her worries, you see the worries that is on the top. And then you have to inquire, the counselor has to inquire that is this worry, are all the worries that are written in the cloud umbrella, like the worry written on the top, is it an umbrella term? Is it covering all the other worries for those written below? Or is it a major worry? There could be any worry. It could be client wants financial freedom. It could be anything, client wants to lose weight. It could be any worry that is affecting the functionality of the client. It could be low self-esteem also. It could be anything. Then after that, after the worry cloud, the purpose of this activity is again to help the client. Again and again, I'm saying the purpose is to help the client explore his or her strengths, use those strengths to find out tools and skills which are used to solve his or her problems and reach the desired goal, target. Now, another technique used in this solution-focused brief therapy after this worry cloud is triumphs. So what does the counselor tell in this technique? Triumphs, the counselor tells the counselee that think of a pleasant moment in your life. Some very pleasant moment when you achieve something, when you help someone out, and when with your help, someone was benefited a lot and someone's life changed. So that is a triumph. Again, the purpose is to help the client recognize his or her strengths, which he or she may have forgotten, and to revive that inner strength of the client so that he can deal with his or her problems and can function normally. So after this triumphs is letter from the future self to the current self. I have mentioned this. And then in this triumphs activity, what the counselor tells the counselee, you draw a pentagon in the center of this center of a sheet of paper, and center of the sheet of the paper. In that you write your achievement, whatever you have achieved, and surrounding that pentagon you draw tiny more pentagons, and in all those pentagons you write all the strengths you used to reach that that pleasant experience you got, to reach that achievement. Center, you have to draw a pentagon with your achievement written, something which gives you too much happiness. And surrounding pentagons, you have to write all those strengths which were used to reach to that target. It's like mind mapping only, but it's a bit different. So this is triumphs. Then, like when the client comes with relationship issues or difficult relationships and is telling like marital conflicts or marital breakups. So this and is telling the counselor, the person behaved like this with me, the person did this to me, the person did that to me, and he's focusing on the problems. No doubt the counselor will listen to the problems, but he will help the client recognize that during that hard and difficult phase, what strengths the client used to face that difficult situation. Everyone's life has challenges. There is no one whose life does not have challenges. So what were the strengths the client used during that difficult phase of his? So that is the purpose of the counselor. And he came out, that person survived the difficult relationship. The person came out of it. So communication, though people who are having communication difficulties, they also are given this solution focused brief therapy, because for all these relationship issues, they result many a times when the communication is not proper or when there is absence of communication. They also cause relationship difficulties. So now various questions are asked in solution focused brief therapy. What are the questions? The questions asked are scaling question. One is scaling question. In this scaling question, the counselor asks the counselee that on a scale of 0 to 10, rate yourself currently at what position you are. What is the purpose of this activity? The purpose of this activity is to know that how much the client recognizes his or her strengths, how much he or she sees what is working in his life rather than focusing on what is not working in his or life. Suppose a client rates 4. 0 is very pathetic and 10 is very good. And 4 is okay. If a client rates 4, then the counselor will ask why 4, why not 5? On a scale of 10, you have to rate in the current scenario, current situation where you stand. So this is scaling question. Another is miracle question. I have already discussed miracle question that already. Another is exceptional question. Suppose a client is a person suppose a client is a person having anger issues and has come for anger management. Then the counselor will ask that when do you not get angry? So these comes under exceptional question. Suppose a person with relationship issues comes to the client. When was the last time you felt pleasant in this relationship? All these comes under exceptional question. What makes you happy? So these are exceptional questions. Then there are coping questions. The counselor will ask the counselee. Coping questions are like, suppose a person is too much stressed. Whom do you feel comfortable to talk to when you are in difficult moment? Like who gives you the shoulder to lean on? So these are coping questions. Whom do you talk with in your difficult times? Now this solution focused brief therapy, it is a short-term therapy. What is the duration of this therapy? The duration of this therapy is approximately 5 sessions. But sometimes it may be 1 session may be sufficient, and very rarely the sessions may exceed 8 sessions. So that is the duration of the solution focused brief therapy. Now this solution focused brief therapy, it is also called solution focused therapy. It is also called brief therapy. With this, I end my topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti, for your presentation on SFBT. It was very insightful. And participants, if you have any queries, you can quickly share in chat box, or you can unmute yourself, or you can raise your hand.
Yes, ma'am. You have done a great job. For me, this therapy was a little bit new for me. I'm hearing for first time. So I learned a lot of things from this therapy, and I jotted down a lot of points also. So you have done a wonderful job. All the best, ma'am, for your life and for the next session. Hope to see you in more sessions. Take care. God bless you.
Thank you.
Anyone else would like to share? Feel free to share. Okay, if there are no further queries, then we thank you once again for joining us, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in the future. And we wish you happy Pongal to you and your family.
Thank you, Manifold, sir. Same to you.
Thank you. So we'll move on to our next session by Virendra Kumarji. Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji is Assistant Professor in Computer Science Engineering Department, Govind Ballabh Institute of Engineering and Technology. He is also an advocate and RTA resource person. He is very active on our platform, providing various legal awareness and various other aspects. Welcome you, sir, once again. You can unmute yourself, start your presentation.
I hope I'm audible.
Please continue.
And
we wish you happy Pongal to you and your family.
Thank you, sir.
Sir would be presenting on AICTE.
I'll try to make my video also on, if possible. I'm starting my camera also. Yes. Now I hope my camera will also become on. Yes. I hope now I'm visible also. I'll make my screen share. I hope my screen is also visible now. Camera is flashing.
Yeah, now your screen is visible, sir, but
Camera, there is some problem. Yeah, now it's okay. I hope my camera is also fine. Yes.
yes, please continue.
Yes, so today we shall see a very important act related to technical education. That is All India Council for Technical Education Act 1987. Before this also, there was another act, that was All India Council of Technical Education Act 1945. That is, before independence, there was an act. Technical education started in India way back in around 1838, when in Roorkee, 8 certificate level courses started. That is equivalent to today's ITI, we may say. And then gradually the number of seats started. It was the Ganga Nehar project, for which need was felt for civil engineers. So civil engineering certificate courses were started. Gradually, that institute, that is Thomson Institute, was then affiliated with Kolkata University. It was then shifted to, say, Allahabad University, where it was formed. University system started around 1860, and then it was shifted to, say, Agra, and finally it became Roorkee University, finally became to IIT Roorkee. There is a long history of that. History of technical education also is parallel to that. That is the history of, say, IIT Roorkee. And if you see the 4 IITs, that is Indian Institutes of Technology, were started after independence by collaboration with 4 different countries. Then the number started increasing. We shall see about that hierarchy of technical education also. To regulate that, there was All India Council of Technical Education Act of 1945, and gradually that was replaced when the privatization of technical education started. In Maharashtra, it started around 83-84. Maharashtra was one of the leaders as for in technical education as far as the engineering colleges are concerned. It was Vasant Dada Patil government of Congress around 1984. In Karnataka was the leader in polytechnics, that is diploma level education. And the need for regulating the technical education was felt, and therefore this act was changed. We shall see some detailed provisions of this. This is a very important act. We shall see what are the areas of technical education. How does the AICT does that? So first we see the arrangement of this act. Chapter 1 has 2 sections only, short title and commencement, definitions. Then we have chapter 2. It has establishment of the council. So the composition of the council is given in section 3, the term of office of members, meetings of the council, vacancies, etc., not to invalidate proceedings of the council, temporary association of persons with the council for particular purposes, appointment of officers and other employees of the council, authentication of orders and other instruments of the council. That's chapter 2. Then in chapter 3, we have powers and functions of the council, the functions of the council and inspection, that is section 10 and 11. In chapter 4, we have duties of the council. My camera is flashing, so maybe I would better close it. And bodies of the council, we have executive committee of the council, boards of studies and regional committees. And in chapter 5, finance, accounts and audit. So payment to the council, fund of the council, budget, annual report, accounts and audit. And in the last chapter, we have miscellaneous directions to the by the central government, power to supersede the council, power to make rules, power to make regulations, rule and regulations to be laid before parliament, and power to remove difficulties. So there are only 25 sections in this act. Before this, there was UGC Act 1956, and UGC is the regulatory body that is still in existence for all the, say, higher education institutions. It regulates the universities. There are some overlaps. There are some specialization as far as the General Act is concerned and Special Act is concerned. Here, the General Act is the UGC Act 1956. The Special Act is the, say, AICT Act 1987. So wherever there is some conflict, so there are several techniques of conflict resolution as far as the interpretation of statutes is concerned. So the provisions of special law always prevail over those of the general law. So provisions of AICTE Act prevail over the provisions of UGC Act as far as the technical education is concerned. But if something is not clear in the special law, then the provisions of the general law have to be resorted to. That is the UGC Act 1956 here. So this is the well-settled law by the Supreme Courts to resolve the conflicts whenever there is a conflict between the general law and the special law. So this is one special law that we shall see. It deals with technical education. So let us see the preamble. It came into effect on 23rd December 1987. So it's an act to provide for the establishment of an All India Council for Technical Education with a view to the proper planning and coordinated development of the technical education system throughout the country. So before this, there were only government engineering colleges, and privatization started around 83, 84. And it was found that only the government can't meet the needs of the technical education, and the private sector will also have to be given an entry, and therefore there is a need to regulate. The promotion of qualitative improvement of such education in relation to planned quantitative growth. If we see the history of technical education in India, then we see that every 10 years, that is 1945 onwards, or maybe 1947 onwards, every 10 years, first there is quantitative expansion, then there is qualitative consolidation, then again there is quantitative, say, expansion, again there is qualitative consolidation that happens every 10 years. In case of institution, that might happen, say, every 5 years or so. So this qualitative improvement as well as quantitative growth, these are going on in parallel in almost all technical institutions in the country. And the regulation and proper maintenance of norms and standards in the technical education system and for matters connected therewith. Now we have around 3,500 say polytechnics. More than that number is around 6,500 engineering colleges. Earlier, engineering colleges were less, polytechnics were more, but now we have almost the engineering colleges are almost double the number of polytechnics in the country. So be it enacted by Parliament in the 38th year of the Republic of India as follows. So this act may be called the All India Council for Technical Education Act 1987. It shall come into force on such date as the central government may, by notification in the official gazette, appoint. So it came into force on 28th March 1988. So the President of India gave assent to this on 23rd December 1987. And after the presidential assent, this act was enforced from 28th March 1988. As far as the AICTE approval is concerned, it was not mandatory when this act came into force. It was the Mohini Jain case in Karnataka in 1994 that the medical colleges should be regulated by the Medical Council of India, and to overcome this menace of capitation fees that were being charged by the private medical and engineering colleges. So for proper growth of technical education, the AICTE approval shall be mandatory. And after that, from 1994 onwards, this AICTE approval became mandatory for technical education institutions, and the MCI approval became mandatory for medical colleges. Now MCI has been replaced by National Medical Commission NMC Act of 2019. Maybe we shall see that also someday. Today we are focusing on the technical education. So let us see the definitions one by one. In this act, unless the context otherwise requires, commission means the University Grants Commission, established under Section 4 of the University Grants Commission Act 1956. There was some conflict as far as this commission is established, but there are some other principles of interpretation also. So as far as the higher education is concerned, UGC regulations are applicable. As far as technical education is concerned, so these prevail over the UGC regulations. There is harmonious construction. That is, whenever there is a conflict, which regulation should we follow? Will it be UGC regulations or will it be AICTE regulations? So the answer is we should interpret or construe, that is, construct the meaning of legal provisions in such a way that there is violation of neither this act nor that act. So that is called the golden rule or the harmonious construction. If that doesn't succeed, then there are other rules of construction of interpretation of statutes. Council here means the All India Council for Technical Education established under Section 3. It is a very large body. We shall see the constitution of that. Fund means the fund of the council constituted under Section 16. There are also rules made by the AICT for maintaining the funds. Then member means a member of the council and includes the chairman and vice chairman. So it's we can say an apex body that includes chairman, vice chairman, member, and advisors. We shall see that composition. Preside means preside by rules made under this Act. So there are two rules. Regulations means regulations made under this Act. There are 70 regulations made so far under this Act. We shall just see a list of that because it's not possible in a short time to go into all the regulations. So we shall just see the names. Now the definition is very comprehensive. What is technical education? It means programs of education, research and training in engineering, technology. So engineering technology is one area. Another is architecture. Although we have Architects Council of India, also separate council is there. So architecture and town planning, they are considered together. Then we have management, that is all the MBA courses. Then pharmacy. So we have Pharmaceutical Council of India is also there, and applied arts and crafts, and such other programs of areas as the central government may, in consultation with the council, by notification in the official gazette declare. So this engineering and technology also includes the MCA courses. It also includes the polytechnic courses, that is diploma courses. Now we come to the next definition, that is technical institution. It means an institution not being a university, which offers courses or programs of technical education and shall include such other institutions as the central government may, in consultation with the council, by notification in the official gazette declare as technical institutions. So whether this institution can regulate the universities or not, so there were some disputes before the High Courts and the Supreme Court also, and finally it was decided that universities shall be regulated by the UGC Act, and for them the AICT approval is not mandatory, and if they don't comply with the AICT regulations, then AICT can write to the UGC, and then UGC will enforce these norms because so that there is no conflict. University means a university defined under clause F of section 2 of the University Grants Commission Act 1956, that is 3 of 1956, and includes an institution deemed to be a university under section 3 of that act. So this is the definition of the university. Now we come to chapter 2, that is establishment of the council. So with effect from such date as the central government may by notification in the official gazette appoint, there shall be established council in the name of the All India Council for Technical Education. Actually that council was already there. It was called All India Council of Technical Education 1945. So that was superseded by this council in 1987. The council shall be a body corporate by the name aforesaid, having perpetual succession and a common seal. We shall see the logo also at the end of this presentation, with power to contract, and shall by the same name sue and be sued. So this is the legal capacity, that is, it's an artificial juridical person. So it can sue and it can also be sued. The head office of the council shall be at Delhi, and the council may, with the previous approval of the central government, establish offices at other places in India. So there are regional offices also, which we shall see. Now the establishment. So this is the composition. It is a very, very big body. The council shall consist of the following members, namely, it's over 4 slides. A chairman to be appointed by the central government, a vice chairman to be appointed by the central government, the secretary to the government of India and the Ministry of Central Government dealing with education, ex officio. So education secretary is the ex officio secretary. The educational advisor general to the government of India, ex officio, that is by virtue of his office. The chairman of the 4 regional committees, that is ex officio. Then the chairman of All India Board of Vocational Education, ex officio. All India Board of Technical Education, Technician Education, that is Polytechnic Education. Vocational education deals with the ITI courses. Technician education deals with the polytechnics, ex officio. The All India Board of Undergraduate Studies in Engineering and Technology, ex officio. The All India Board of Postgraduate Education and Research in Engineering and Technology, ex officio. They deal with, say, the BTech and MTech courses respectively. And the All India Board of Management Studies, ex officio. These boards are also composed wide, say, section 13 in this act. 1 member to be appointed by the central government to represent the Ministry of Finance of the central government. 1 member to be appointed by the central government to represent the Ministry of Science and Technology of the central government. 4 members to be appointed by the central government by rotation to represent the ministries and departments of the central government other than those specified in clauses G and H. 2 members of parliament, so 2 MPs are also there, of whom 1 shall be elected by the House of the People and 1 by the Council of States. That is 1 Lok Sabha MP, another Rajya Sabha MP. So these 2 members have to be there. 8 members to be appointed by the central government by rotation in the alphabetical order to represent the states and the union territories. So 8 members shall be by rotation from say states and UTs, provided that an appointment under this clause shall be made on the recommendation of the government of the state as the case may be by the union territory concerned. So it will be by recommendation of the state government or by the UT administration. 4 members should be appointed by the central government to represent the organization in the field of industry and commerce. That is 4 industry members. And 7 members should be appointed by the central government to represent the Central Advisory Board of Education, that is CABE, the Association of Indian Universities, that is AIU, the Indian Society for Technical Education, that is IST, the Council of the Indian Institutes of Technology, established under this Institutes of Technology Act 1961, by which all the IITs have been established in India, the Pharmacy Council of India, the Council of Architecture, and the National Productivity Council, NPC. So these are the 7 members. And 4 members should be appointed by the central government to represent the professional bodies in the field of technical and management education. Not more than 2 members should be appointed by the central government to represent such interests not covered by the foregoing clauses as the central government may deem fit. So 2 other members. And the chairman UGC ex officio. So chairman UGC is already a member, so that there are no conflicts between UGC and ICT. The Director Institute of Applied Manpower Research, New Delhi ex officio. The Director General Indian Council of Agricultural Research ex officio. The Director General Council of Scientific and Industrial Research ex officio, that is CSIR, which has 40 labs, research labs in India under it. So CSIR Director General is there. Member Secretary to be appointed by the central government. So that is the composition of this council. So it is a very big body. Notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 4, the first chairman shall be the Minister of Human Resource Development of the central government. Now that has been renamed as the Minister of Education again. That Ministry of Education was renamed by Rajiv Gandhi government in 1985 as HRD Ministry. The first vice chairman of the council shall be the Minister of State for Education of the central government. And the first member secretary of the council shall be the educational advisor technical of the central government. Then we come to the term of office of members. So term of office of a member other than an ex officio member on the first constitution of the council shall be 5 years and thereafter 3 years. So that is the term of office, 5 and subsequently 3 years. Ex officio members become members as soon as they are appointed to the office, and they demit office as soon as they demit this office of the council when they demit their original office. That is the meaning of ex officio. If a casual vacancy occurs in the office of the chairman, whether by reason of his death, resignation, or inability to discharge his functions owing to illness or other incapacity, the vice chairman holding office as such for the time being shall act as the chairman and shall, unless any other person is appointed earlier as the chairman, hold office of the chairman for the remainder of the term of office of the person in whose place he is to so act. So a vice chairman automatically shall become chairman in case of say death, resignation, or inability for the remainder of the term, unless another person is say appointed. If a casual vacancy occurs in the office of the vice chairman or any other member, whether by reason of his death, resignation, or inability to discharge his functions owing to illness or other incapacity, such vacancy shall be filled by the central government by making a fresh appointment, and the members appointed shall hold office for the remainder of the term of office of the person in whose place he is appointed. That means he will be only for the remainder of the term, not the full term of 5 years. This is just like the by-election. So whenever the by-elections are held, so the MP or the MLA elected through by-election holds office only for the remainder of the term, not for the full 5 years duration. Similar to that, the vice chairman shall perform such functions as may be assigned to him by the chairman from time to time, and the procedure to be followed by the members in the discharge of their functions shall be such as may be prescribed. That is prescribed by rules and regulations. So regulations have prescribed this. The meetings of the council. The council shall meet at such time and places and shall observe such rules of procedure in regard to the transaction of business as its meeting, including the quorum of such meetings as may be provided by regulations, provided that the council shall meet at least once every year. So at least one meeting is mandatory. The chairman and in his absence, the vice chairman shall preside at the meetings of the council. If for any reason the chairman or the vice chairman is unable to attend any meeting of the council, any other member chosen by the members present at the meeting shall preside at the meeting. So they may elect their member for that particular meeting. All questions which come up before the meeting of the council shall be decided by majority of the votes of the members present and voting. And in the event of an equality of votes, the chairman or in his absence, the person presiding shall have an exercise to second or shall exercise a second or casting vote. So he may, the chairman shall have a second vote or a casting vote to decide the or to break the tie in case of a tie. Vacancies, etc., not to invalidate proceedings of the council. So no act or proceeding of the council shall be invalid merely by reason of any vacancy in or any defect in the constitution of the council or any defect in the appointment of a person acting as a member of the council or any irregularity in the procedure of the council not affecting the merits of the case. So the proceeding shall not be invalidated because of these three grounds. Temporary association of persons with the council for particular purposes. So the council may associate with itself in such manner and for such purposes as may be determined by regulations any person whose assistance or advice it may desire in carrying out any of the provisions of this act. A person associated with it by the council under subsection 1 for any purpose shall have a right to take part in the discussions relevant to that purpose, but shall not have a right to vote at a meeting of the council and shall not be a member for any other purpose. That means temporary association of persons will be there, but they do not have the voting rights as far as the resolutions of the council are concerned. Then appointment of officers and other employees of the council. So for the purpose of enabling it efficiently to discharge its function under this act, the council shall, subject to such regulations as may be made in this behalf, appoint, whether on deputation or otherwise, such member of officers and other employees as it may consider necessary. So many members from engineering colleges and say other places, officers have been appointed in the council, like maybe deputy director, assistant director, and many other staff. Provided that the appointment of such category of officers as may be specified in such regulations shall be subject to the approval of the central government. And every officer or other employee appointed by the council shall be subject to such conditions of service and shall be entitled to such remuneration as may be determined by regulations. Now the authentication of orders and other instruments of the council. So this is done by the member secretary. So all orders and decisions of the council shall be authenticated by the signature of the chairman or any other member authorized by the council in this behalf, and all other instruments issued by the council shall be authenticated by the signature of the member secretary or any other officer of the council authorized in like manner in this behalf. So the chairman and say member secretary have these powers. Then we come to chapter 3, that is powers and functions of the council. This is very important because this provision was challenged many times by many, say, particularly the private engineering colleges in High Courts and Supreme Court. So let us see in detail what are the functions of the council. So it shall be the duty of the council to take all such steps as it may think fit for ensuring coordinated and integrated development of technical education and maintenance of standards, and for the purposes of performing its functions under this act. The council may undertake survey in the various fields of technical education, collect data on all related matters, and make forecast of the needed growth and development in technical education. So this is the survey and collection of data. As far as the approval and disapproval of engineering colleges is concerned, it is not expressly written anywhere in section 10. And therefore, in 2012, there was a judgment of the Supreme Court that these powers are only with the UGC, and the AICTE does not have any such powers of approval or disapproval of engineering colleges. Now, there was a crisis because of that in the functioning of the council, and then the government, central government, notified the regulations, and through the regulations, that is through subordinate legislation, these powers were restored to the AICTE. So what is not written in the Act was written in the regulations subsequently in 2013. We shall see the list of regulations also. Coordinate the development of technical education in the country at all levels. So there is regional imbalance and other these factors. These are also taken into account by the this AICTE. Allocate and disburse out of the fund of the council such grants on such terms and conditions as it may think fit to technical institutions and universities imparting technical education in coordination with the commission. So it also gives say grants to say technical institutions like say even NITTTRs. We have National Institutes of Technical Teachers Education and Research at 4 places in the country. So these NITTTRs at say Chandigarh, Bhopal, Kolkata, and Chennai, they are also given grants directly by the AICT. Universities imparting technical education in coordination with the commission. So there are even technical universities in many states. AICT gives grants to them also. Promote innovations, research and development in established and new technologies, generation, adoption and adaptation of new technologies to meet developmental requirements and for overall improvement of educational processes. As far as the nomenclature is concerned, so there are powers of UGC as well as the powers of AICT. For example, what will be the name of the degree? That is decided by the UGC. That is, it shall be say, for example, BA, BCom, BSc, BTech, PE, ME, MTech, PhD, MPhil, etc. What will be the branches of engineering? That is prescribed by the AICT. That means the name of the degree is determined by the UGC. The nomenclature of the specializations of PE, BTech, ME, MTech, etc. are decided by the AICT. Formulate schemes for promoting technical education for women, handicapped and weaker sections of the society. Promote an effective link between technical education system and other relevant systems, including research and development organizations, industry and the community. And evolve suitable performance appraisal systems for technical institutions and universities imparting technical education, incorporating norms and mechanisms for reinforcing accountability. So there is also NBA, which was earlier part of AICT. In 2009, this National Board of Accreditation has become separate from AICT, and there are regulations of AICT related to NBA also. Formulate schemes for the initial and in-service training of teachers and identify institutions or centers and set up new centers for offering staff development programs, including continuing education of teachers. So it also organizes many faculty development programs and many other programs of short duration for continuing education of teachers. Lay down norms and standards for courses, curricula, physical and infrastructural facilities, staff patterns, staff qualifications, quality assurance, assessment and examinations. All these are done through the AICT approval process handbook. So this approval process handbook is published and revised every year, and that is available on the AICT website. That is revised time to time. Fix norms and guidelines for charging tuition and other fees. So for that, normally there are committees so that the exorbitant fees are not charged from the students, and normally that has to be headed by state-wise. The committees are formed, and it has to be decided by the retired High Court judge. So these committees are also formed, and there are norms and guidelines for charging tuition fees. No capitation fees or other things are allowed as per the Supreme Court law. Grant approval for starting new technical institutions and for introduction of new courses or programs in consultation with the agencies concerned. So here, this approval is there for starting new technical education, and this is in say subsection K. But there, this clause was disputed by some private engineering colleges. That is whether this includes the granting of disapproval also or not. That is the whether approval can be withdrawn or not. So for intake, for increasing intake, for reducing the intake, for closing down of courses, because many management courses have been closed down because of lack of demand or because the excess courses were started. So for that also AICT approval has to be obtained, so that there is no adverse impact on students. Advise the central government in respect of grant of charter to any professional body or institution in the field of technical education, conferring powers, rights and privileges on it for the promotion of such profession in the field, including conduct of examinations and awarding of membership certificates. So it performs this advisory role for the central government. Lay down norms for granting autonomy to technical institutions. So just as university grants autonomy to say universities similar, or the institutes affiliated to the university, similarly for technical institutions AICT also has this function similar to that. Take all necessary steps to prevent commercialization of technical education. So this is very important, because that's why this new act was enacted, so that there is no, because of the privatization doesn't result into commercialization. Although there were allegations of say corruption against AICT itself, and therefore, say time to time, many steps were taken by the judiciary, particularly by the Supreme Court. Provide guidelines for admission of students to technical institutions and universities imparting technical education. So for admission regulations are also there, and then inspect or cause to inspect any technical institution. So they have this inspection power also, and these are exercised by NBA at the time of accreditation. Accreditation is voluntary, approval is mandatory after 1994. Withhold or discontinue grants in respect of courses, programs to such technical institutions which fail to comply with the directions given by the council with a stipulated period of time, and take such other steps as may be necessary for ensuring compliance of the directions of the council. Here it is mentioned that they can withhold or discontinue the grants if they don't comply with the ICCT norms. Take steps to strengthen the existing organizations and to set up new organizations to ensure effective discharge of the council's responsibilities and to create positions of professional, technical, and supporting staff based on requirements. So, as far as this technical and other supporting staff is concerned, that is besides the faculty members. So, for that, AICTE has the legal powers, but it is left normally to the state government, because technical education, including say, which is a part of say education or higher education, is a subject in the concurrent list as per the 7th schedule of the Constitution. So some things are left at the discretion of the respective state governments. Declare technical institutions at various levels and types offering courses in technical education fit to receive grants. And advise the Commission for declaring any institution imparting technical education as a deemed university, that is, it can advise the UGC. Set up a national board of accreditation, that is NBA is there, to periodically conduct evaluation of technical institutions or programs on the basis of guidelines, norms, and standards specified by it, and to make recommendation to it or to the council or to the commission or to other bodies regarding recognition or derecognition of the institution or the program. So here these powers are given to the NBA. Perform such other functions as may be prescribed. Now we come to the inspection part, section 11. For the purposes of ascertaining the financial needs of technical institution or a university or its standards of teaching, examination, and research, the council may cause an inspection of any department or departments of such technical education or university to be made in such manner as may be prescribed and by such person or persons as it may direct. So normally it has a panel of eminent professors who are called for this inspection purpose. The council shall communicate to the technical institution or university the date on which the inspection under subsection 1 is to be made, and the technical institution or university shall be entitled to be associated with the inspection in such manner as may be prescribed. That means the institutions are informed in advance about the date. It is not like not in a raid-like manner like the policing function. Council shall communicate to the technical institution or the university its views in regard to the results of any such inspection, and may, after ascertaining the opinion of the technical institution or university, recommend to that institution or university the action to be taken as a result of such inspection. So normally it has several parameters. It gives some constructive suggestions, and sufficient compliance time, like 3 months or more, is given for compliance of those, say, mandatory as well as the recommendatory guidelines. All communications to a technical institution or university under this section shall be made to the executive authority thereof. That may be either say board of governors, or maybe the say governing council, or it may be the director or the chairman, whosoever is the executive authority, or maybe executive council of the university. And the executive authority of the technical institution or university shall report to the council the action, if any, which proposed to be taken for the purposes of implementing any such recommendation as is referred to in subsection 3. So normally in the approval letter that they send every year, these types of say recommendations are also there, which have to be complied by the institutions, and they have to submit the compliance report also. Now the compliance report and all these things have been made online 2010 onwards. Now we come to chapter 4, that is the bodies of the council. So executive committee of the council shall constitute a committee called the executive committee for discharging such functions as may be assigned to it by the council. The executive committee shall consist of the following members, namely the chairman of the council, the vice chairman of the council, secretary to the government of India in the Ministry of Central Government dealing with education ex officio, 2 chairmen of the regional committees, and 3 chairmen of the boards of studies. That is the composition of the executive committee. A member of the a member of the council representing the Ministry of Finance of the central government ex officio, 4 out of 8 members of the council representing the states and union territories under clause K of subsection 4 of section 3. As you can see, there is a smaller body as compared to the council itself. 4 members with expertise and distinction in areas relevant to technical education to be nominated by the chairman of the council, the chairman of the University Grants Commission ex officio, the director Institute of Applied Manpower Research, New Delhi, ex officio, the Director General, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, ex officio, and the Member Secretary of the Council. Then subsection 3, the chairman and the member secretary of the council shall respectively function as the chairman and the member secretary of the executive committee. The chairman or in his absence, the vice chairman of the council shall preside at the meetings of the executive committee, and in the absence of both the chairman and the vice chairman, any such member chosen by the members present at the meeting shall preside at the meeting. The executive committee shall meet at such time and places and shall observe such rules of procedures in regard to the transaction of business of at its meeting, including the quorum of at such meetings as the council may provide by regulations. Then we have the boards of studies. So for all the branches, say of technical education, there are these boards. These 5 boards are given here. The council shall establish the following boards of studies, namely All India Board of Vocational Education, that it deals with the certificate level courses. It normally comes under the Ministry of Labor and Employment. All India Board of Technician Education, that is the polytechnic or diploma level education. All India Board of Undergraduate Studies in Engineering and Technology, that is BTech level, BTech level. All India Board of Postgraduate Education and Research in Engineering and Technology, that is ME/MTech level, and All India Board of Management Studies, or say MBA and other courses. The council may, if it considers necessary, establish such other boards of studies as it may think fit. So other boards of studies may also be constituted. The board of studies shall advise the executive committee on academic matters falling in its area of concern, including norms, standards, model curricula. So this curriculum, syllabus, these are all prepared by this, and even model facilities and structure of courses. So model syllabi have been prescribed by AICT in 2019. These are not mandatory, but generally say 20% variation can be made by the concerned state governments or the institutions. The area of concern, powers, the constitution and functions of the boards of studies shall be such as the council may provide by regulations. Then there are regional committees. So India is divided into several regions as far as the AICT is concerned, and they look after removing the regional imbalance so that there is unified, say balanced growth of technical education in all the areas of the country. The council shall establish the following regional committees, namely the Northern Regional Committee with its office at Kanpur, Southern Regional Committee with its office at Madras, Western Regional Committee with its office at Bombay, the Eastern Regional Committee with its office at Calcutta. The council may, if it considers necessary, establish such other regional committees as it may think fit. The regional committees shall advise and assist the council to look into all aspects of planning, promoting and regulating technical education within the region. The region for which the regional committees may be established and the constitution and functions of such committees shall be prescribed by regulation. For example, we have this example of Telangana in Hyderabad. So there were so many engineering colleges in Hyderabad and Sikandrabad, the twin cities, that it was prescribed by the regional council that there shall not be any new college within the 200 kilometers of Hyderabad and Sikandrabad, so that colleges are established in other areas also. So it takes care of this imbalance and the balanced growth. Then we have chapter 5, that is finance, accounts and audit. Payment to the council. So central government may, after due appropriation made by parliament by law in this behalf, pay to the council in each financial year such sums as may be considered necessary for the performance of functions of the council under the Act. The fund of the council. So the council shall have its own fund, and all sums which may from time to time be paid to it by the central government, and all the receipts of the council, including any sum which any state government or any other authority or person may hand over to the council, shall be credited to the fund, and all payments by the council shall be made therefrom. All monies belonging to the fund shall be deposited in such banks or invested in such manner as may, subject to the approval of the central government, be decided by the council. The council may spend such sums as it thinks fit for performing its function under this Act, and such sums shall be treated as expenditure payable out of the fund of the council. So there is provision for this separate fund in section 16. Then the budget. So the council shall prepare in such form and at such time each year as may be prescribed a budget in respect of the financial year next ensuing, showing the estimated receipts and expenditure, and copy thereof shall be forwarded to the central government. Then the annual report. So the council shall prepare once every year in such form and at such time as may be prescribed an annual report giving a true and full account of its activities during the previous year, and copy thereof shall be forwarded to the central government, and that government shall cause the same to be laid before both houses of parliament. So these are the annual reports of the council that are laid before the parliament. Then accounts and audit. So council shall cause to be maintained such books of account and other books in relation to its account in such form and in such manner as may, in consultation with the Comptroller and Auditor General of India, be prescribed. So this audit, accounts and audit shall be maintained by the CAG. The council shall, as soon as may be after closing its annual accounts, prepare a statement of accounts in such form and forward the same to the Comptroller and Auditor General of India by such date, as the central government may, in consultation with the Comptroller and Auditor General, determine. CAG is established by the Constitution of India. The accounts of the council shall be audited by the Comptroller and Auditor General of India at such times and in such manner as he thinks fit. And the accounts of the council as certified by the Comptroller and Auditor General of India or any other person appointed by him in this behalf, together with the audit report thereon, shall be forwarded annually to the central government, and that government shall cause the same to be laid before both houses of parliament. So these accounts are also laid before the certified by the CAG, are also laid before the parliament. And then we have the last chapter, that is miscellaneous. So in the last 6 sections, we shall see the remaining provisions, directions by the central government. So the council shall, in the discharge of its functions and duties under this act, be bound by such directions or questions of policy as the central government may give in writing to it from time to time. The decision of the central government as to whether a question is one of policy or not shall be final. So central government directions are mandatory for the council. Then power to supersede the council. So if the central government is of the opinion that the council is unable to perform or has persistently made default in the performance of the duty imposed on it by or under this act, or has exceeded or abused its powers, or has willfully or without sufficient cause failed to comply with any direction issued by the central government under section 20, the central government may, by notification in the official gazette, supersede the council for such period as may be specified in the notification. Provided that before issuing a notification under the subsection, the central government shall give a reasonable time to the council to show cause why it should not be superseded, and shall consider the explanation and objections, if any, of the council. That is, there is provision of show cause notice in accordance with the principles of natural justice. Under the publication of a notification under subsection 1 superseding the council, all the members of the council shall, notwithstanding that their term of office had not expired as from the date of supersession, vacate their offices as such members. All the powers and duties which may, by or under the provisions of this act, be exercised or performed by or on behalf of the council shall, during the period of supersession, be exercised and performed by such person or persons as the central government may direct. And all property vested in the council shall, during the period of supersession, vest in the central government. And on the expiration of the period of supersession specified in the notification issued under subsection 1, the central government may either extend the period of supersession for such further period as it may consider necessary, or it can reconstitute the council in the manner provided in section 3, with a very long body, as we have seen already. Now the power to make rules. So there are only 2 rules made under this act so far, that are in 1992. The central government may, by notification in the official gazette, make rules to carry out the purposes of this act. In particular, and without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing power, such rules may provide for all or any of the following matters, namely the procedure to be followed by the members in the discharge of their functions, the inspection of technical institutions and universities, the form and manner in which the budget and reports are to be prepared by the council, the manner in which the accounts of the council are to be maintained, and any other matter which has to be or may be prescribed. So only for the budget and reports and the accounts, the rules have been made by the AICT. Then power to make regulations. So the council may, by notification in the official gazette, make regulations not inconsistent with the provisions of this act and the rules generally to carry out the purposes of this act. So there are 70 regulations that have been made so far. In particular, and without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing powers, such regulations may provide for all or any of the following matters, namely regulating the meetings of the council and the procedure for conducting business thereat, the terms and conditions of service of the officers and employees of the council, regulating the meetings of the executive committee and procedure for conducting business thereat, the area of concern, the constitution and powers and functions of the board of studies, the region for which the regional committee be established, and the constitution and functions of such committee. And now these are the 5 matters for which the rules can be made. So 70 rules have been made so far. All rules and regulations to be laid before Parliament. So every rule and every regulation made under this act shall be laid as soon as maybe after it is made before such House of Parliament while it is in session for a total period of 30 days, which may be comprised in one session or in 2 or more successive sessions, and if before the expiry of the session immediately following the session or the successive sessions aforesaid, both houses agree in making any modification in the rule or regulation, or both houses agree that the rule or regulation should not be made, the rule or regulation shall thereafter have effect only in such modified form or be of no effect as the case may be. So, however, that any such modification or annulment shall be without prejudice to the validity of anything previously done under that rule or regulations. So this is a general provision that is there for all, that applies to all rules and regulations in any act. And lastly, this is the last section, power to remove difficulties. So this is a transitory provision that if any difficulty arises in giving effect to the provisions of the Act, the central government may by order published in the official gazette make such provisions not inconsistent with the provisions of this Act as may appear to be necessary for removing the difficulty, provided that no order shall be made under this section after the expiry of 2 years from the commencement of this Act. If there is any other difficulty, then either rules or regulations can be made, or maybe the Act can be amended. So there are no amendments made to this Act so far. Every order made under this section shall be laid as soon as maybe after it is made before each House of Parliament. So this power to remove difficulties order also have to be laid before the Parliament. Lastly, we see the rules. There are only 2 rules. These were enacted on 10th August 1992. So rules for inspection of technical institutions and universities, and there are rules for budget, annual report and accounts. So these are the only 2 rules. As far as regulations are concerned, so there are 70 regulations that have been made so far. So on 18/4/1988, composition, functions, demarcation and membership of Eastern Regional Committee. Composition, function, demarcation and membership of Western Regional Committee. Similarly for Northern Regional Committee, and on 23rd June 1990, Southern Regional Committee. Then on 3rd January 1991, composition, functions, membership and area of concern of All India Board of Technical Education. So this board has been established. Then AICT composition, functions, membership and area of concern of All India Board of Management Studies. Then AICT composition, function, membership and area of concern of All India Board of Postgraduate Education and Research in Engineering and Technology. And AICT composition, functions, membership and area of concern of All India Board of Postgraduate Education and Research in Engineering and Technology. So there were some rules made on 22nd February 91, then on 16 March 91. Then on 15 June 1992, AICT guidelines for admission of students to engineering degree and diploma programs. Then 10/8/1992, AICT procedure to be followed by the members in discharge of their functions. Then we have AICT procedure relating to the meeting of the regional committee in 92. Then AICT procedure relating to the meeting of the Board of Studies, AICT procedure relating to the meetings of the Executive Committee, AICT association of persons with the Council, AICT procedure relating to the meetings of the Council, then AICT regions of operation of regional committees. This AICT approval was not mandatory before 1994, so it started after 1994 after the Supreme Court judgment in Moini Jain case of Karnataka. So 28/3/1994, AICT regions of operation of regional committees. 30th March 1994, AIC composition of the second council, and AICT norms and guidelines for fees and guidelines for admission in professional colleges. AICT grant of approval of the council for establishment of new technical institutions, including university departments and deemed university. AICT constitution of regional committees. Then AICT partial modification of AICT constitution and functions of regional committees regulation 2004. AICT constitution of boards of studies, that is 1995. AICT recruitment regulations of financial advisor and group technical regulations. And AICT policy on fee fixation in private unaided educational institutions. And AICT constitution of the third council, that is 1998. And AICT amendment to the SO 124 dated 9/2/1998, that is constitution of the council. And AICT grant of approval for starting new technical institutions, introduction of courses or programs, and approval of intake capacity of state seats for the courses or programs, amendment regulations 2000. The AICT amendment regulation 2000 in respect of demarcation of regional committees and its jurisdiction. AICT admission under non-resident Indian, that is NRI, foreign national, FN, persons of Indian origin, PIOs category, quota in AICT approved institutions regulation 2002. Then amendment to AICT admission under NRI, foreign national, PIOs category, quota in AICT approved regulations 2002. Then AICT policy procedure of granting approval to various programs. AICT interim policy regulations on admission fee management seats, governing body of private unaided institutions, In 2003 came AICTE regulations for entry and operation of foreign universities in India imparting technical education. AICTE grant of approval for starting new technical institutions, introduction of additional course or programs, increase in intake, amendment regulations 2003. Then in 2004 came AICTE regulations for creation of National Engineers Registration and Licensing Board, NERLB. Before that, there was no provision for registration and licensing of engineering professionals. Amendment to AICTE regulations for creation of National Engineers Registration and Licensing Board, that is NERLB. AICTE Constitution and Functions of Regional Committees Regulations 2004. Repeal of AICTE Act 1987, 52 of 1987. AICTE Constitution and Functions of National Board of Accreditation Regulation 2005. AICTE Partial Modification of AICTE Constitution and Functions of Regional Committees Regulations 2004. Then AICTE Admission of Students in Degree Engineering Programs through Lateral Entry Regulation 2007. Through these regulations, direct admission in second year of diploma holders as well as the BSc holders, that is those who have completed BSc, this admission in direct second year of BE BTech became possible because of these regulations of 2007. Then already a Council for Technical Education notification, 1st November 2007. Then AICTE grant of approvals for technical institution regulation 2010. Then repeats the AICTE of Constitution and Functions of NBA. So in 2010, this NBA was separated from AICTE. Then AICTE pay scales, service conditions and qualifications for the teachers and other academic staff in technical institutions, diploma regulation 2010, that is 6 pay commission regulations. Then similarly for degree engineering institutions, AICTE pay scale, service conditions and qualifications for the teachers and other academic staff in technical institutions, degree regulations 2010. On 16/3/2010 came AICTE information on deemed to be universities and institutions 2010, AICTE corrigendum of 6 pay scales. Then grant of approvals for technical institutions regulation 2011. AICTE miscellaneous notifications including notifications, orders, advertisements and notices issued by statutory bodies. Then in 2011 AICTE amendment regulations 2012-13. AICTE establishment of mechanism for grievance redressal regulations 2012. Because of this, say grievance redressal machinery has to be there in all universities as well as technical education institutions. AICTE information for maintenance of standards and conduct of inspection of technical entities of universities regulations 2012. This was because of that Supreme Court judgment which prohibited that AICTE doesn't have these powers expressly conferred and only the UGC has this power. So these regulations were enacted by the central government. And AICTE regulations for grant of approvals for technical institutions regulations 2012 released on 27 September 2012. Then AICTE regulations for career advancement scheme for the teachers and other academic staff in technical education degree regulations 2012, that is commonly called as CAS regulations, that is career advancement scheme for promotion of teachers. Then AICTE regulations for career advancement scheme for the teachers and other academic staff in technical institutions, that is diploma. So these are CAS diploma regulations released on 2012. Then 4th December 2012 AICTE regulations for National Vocational Education Qualification Framework, NVEQF 2012. AICTE regulations for National Employability Enhancement Mission 2013. AICTE blended learning mode regulations. So blended learning started after 2013. And AICTE regulations for mandatory accreditation in 2014. These were enacted after that Supreme Court judgment, which made accreditation also mandatory, which was earlier voluntary. So earlier only the approval was mandatory. After this, the accreditation, that is NV accreditation, also become mandatory. Amendment to regulations for National Employability Enforcement Mission, NEEM. AICTE first amendment to anti-ragging regulation. So UGC had formed these anti-ragging regulations in 2009 based on the Raghavan committee report submitted to the Supreme Court of India. Raghavan was the ex-CBI director. So based on these Raghavan committee recommendations, AICTE also, after UGC formulated the recommendations, AICTE also formed it as anti-ragging regulations. This was the first amendment to that. Then gender sensitization, prevention and prohibition of sexual harassment of women employees and students and redressal of grievances in technical education. So there was this anti-sexual harassment, act that was enacted by the parliament in 2013 after the Nirbhaya gang rape case. So after that, this became compulsory in all workplace, and workplace include the educational institution. So the UGC and AICTE also followed with their own regulations. So these are the 2016 say regulation for prohibition of sexual harassment of women at workplace, particularly technical education here. Then 12/7/2016, first amendment in regulation 2012 for grant of approval for technical education. And 13/7/2016, proposed changes in the AICT group A, B, and C post recruitment regulation 2007. Then on 17/8/2016, AICT credit framework for online learning course through SWAYAM regulation 2016. SWAYAM has its own website now, through which the SWAYAM courses are done by many faculty members. AICT credit framework for online learning course through SWAYAM regulation 2016. All India Council for Technical Education nomenclature of courses and admission to technical institution regulation 2016. So through this nomenclature of courses was standardized. All India Council for Technical Education grant of approvals for technical institutions regulations 2016. And 15 June 2017, All India Council for Technical Education National Employability Enhancement Mission, that is NEEM regulations 2017. And there is only one notification. So there are 2 rules, 70 notifications, 70 regulations, and this one notification. This is notification dated 21st June 1991, amendment to GSR 286 dated 3/1/91 meant for management board. And this is lastly the logo of the AICT. It reads Yoga Karmasu Kaushalam from Srimad Bhagavad Gita. So this is the logo of the AICT. So that ends my presentation. Thank you. Any questions on this?
Thank you, Virendra Kumarji, for the very detailed presentation on AICT and various bodies associated with it. Participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself, or you can raise your hand, or you can use chat box to share your feedback.
Thank you, Virendra Kumarji, for giving us such an insight and wonderful history. We would love you to come for another session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
Yeah, Mary ma'am, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, sir. Actually, so your REACH Act, you bring out it's for me learning session also, sir. I jotted down a lot of points, and your PPT is excellent and lot of learning every time you come on the forum. It's a learning session and wonderful initiative you are taken to prepare the PowerPoint, and a lot of hard work is put in, sir. God bless you. All the best, sir, for next session, and all the best for your life also.
Thank you, madam. I would like to add 2 of the regulations which are not listed in this. That is 1st March 2019. So they were drafted by me. I was invited by the AICT in June 2018, and I drafted the 7th Pay Commission regulations for the AICT degree as well as diploma institution. The third one for the non-teaching staff. So these 2 regulations were finally published on 1st March 2019 in the Gazette of India. So I was on that drafting committee. It was actually based on the PRC, peer review committee. So peer review committee, the 7th PRC, has professors and directors of IITs and vice chancellors of technical universities. So these people had all prepared the this 7th PRC report, and based on that report, I was the one-man drafting committee as far as the legal work is concerned. So I prepared these 3 drafts within 1 week at AICT New Delhi. Finally, these were put up before their legal cell. They examined that. Finally, they were approved by the central government. They went to the education HRD minister, and after 9 months, they were published in the Gazette of India. So that is, I think, one of my good experience of drafting the administrative law as far as the AICT regulations are concerned. So at that time, I had made study of the AICT regulations of 2008, 2010, 2012, 2016, 2017, and I tried to make the work foolproof because it had far-reaching impact, and around 11 lakh employees throughout India were to be affected because of that. So I think that was a job well done within 1 week. And It was, of course, kept confidential for the 9 months until it was published in the official gazette. So if there are any questions related to these or in general queries, I would be glad to answer those also, or any legal questions.
Congratulations, sir, for being part of this and letting us know.
Thank you, sir.
Part of
Actually,
that.
I have not publicized that because it was a type of confidential work that was assigned to me, at least for those 9 months, that is before 2019. After 2019, those people who know me, I have informed some of them that I had drafted those, say, regulations.
That's nice. You should get more such opportunities. We pray for you that Almighty gives you more such opportunities in future also.
Thank you so much, sir. There are a lot of case laws also. Many case laws are there, particularly from High Court, Supreme Court, related to AICT, related to UGC, some allegations of corruption, some inquiries, some CBI inquiries, and many different cases that I know. But I think I have already taken sufficient time. But if there are any questions, I would like to answer. So I'm thankful to Dr. Ravindra. I'm also thankful to Shri Holistic Health Foundation India, and thankful to Shri Research Institute and Center for Arts, Science and Wellbeing for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation. And thankful to all the participants also for their patient listening. Ranjana Jaipul, hand is raised. Any question? Is there any question?
Yeah, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, unmute and you can ask question directly. If there are no questions, then I think I may conclude.
Yeah, thank you, Virendra Kumarji, for a wonderful session, and we wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
And finally, we have come to end of the conference. We will take up one important commemoration today. Today is also an Indian Army Day. So we will take the commemoration and end the session today, because we are having festival and maybe all our family members are waiting. So today is also Indian Army Day, which is commemorated on 15th January every year. So it is on that day that first Indian took charge of Indian Army as Commander-in-Chief, who was none other than General K.M. Cariappa, later who became Field Marshal. He took over from the last English head of Indian Armed Forces, General Sir Francis Robert Roy Butcher. In the memory of this historic occasion, the Indian Army marks an auspicious occasion. And it is also a day to commemorate India's brave hearts and their service to the nation. A parade is generally held on the parade grounds of the Delhi cantonment. And this year, we are celebrating 75th Indian Army Day, which honors the brave soldiers of the country who have set a high benchmark of love, honor, and service to the nation. So this occasion observed every year across Army Command headquarters. And this year, 75th Army Day, the Indian Army organizes various activities in order to pay tribute to Swarnim Vijay Varsh celebrations of victory over Pakistan in 1971, and thereon various other commemorations. And as we all know, Indian Army is among the most powerful armies in the world, and its rival competitors like US, Russia, and China, when compared along the lines of military. The motto of the Indian Army is service before self. Its mission to ensure national security and unity. Moreover, it is also charged with the duty of defending the nation from external and internal aggression, maintaining peace and security in the nation. So let's have a brief look at Field Marshal Cariappa. Field Marshal Cariappa's colleagues in the Indian Army fondly called him Kipper. He received his military training during World War I, that is in between 1914 to 1918. In 1919, he was among the few Indians to be selected and sent to Indore for training. He was later drafted into the Carnatic Infantry. On 15th January 1949, he was appointed as Commander-in-Chief of the Indian Army after having had a very bright and successful career. Field Marshal K.M. Cariappa was conferred with the Order of the Chief Commander of the Legion of Merit, for the first ever given to an Indian general. American President Harry Truman gave it. Field Marshal was known for his compassion and discipline. He inspired generations by exhibiting the highest standards of decorum and rectitude. In 1983, he was given the Field Marshal. In 1983, 5 stars awarded only to Sam Manekshaw at that point in 1973. After he retired from the Indian Army, Field Marshal served as High Commissioner to Australia and New Zealand in 1956. So Indian Army Day is an occasion of great celebration for the entire nation, not just the Indian Army. The day is also marked with parades, awards, display of valor. Hence, it is greatly anticipated by all. And coinciding with the greatest celebration with the world's largest and biggest festival, as we have a slogan, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. And on this occasion, we not only salute to our army, but also our farmer who feeds the entire nation, in fact, the entire globe. And India has had military capabilities from time of the Indus Valley civilization and earlier that flourished between long back, dated to 3300 BC and earlier. Many succeeding dynasties during that time of Alexander and earlier and beyond used their military strengths to fight wars and expand their territory across the subcontinent. Some of the most famous of these dynasties were Maurya, Shatavahana, Gupta, Vijayanagara, Chalukya, and Chola, and many others. These dynasties were also followed by a series of wars waged between Central Asian armies, which the Mughals considered to originate from the present-day Uzbekistan, eventually won. They went on to establish their empire on the subcontinent. When the East India Company was set up, the territory was divided into presidencies and each had its own army unit. These were Madras, Calcutta, and Bombay. Independent regional kingdoms like Mysore were able to defeat the British army at war and hold on their territory until the ruler of Mysore, Tipu Sultan, was finally defeated in 1799. So during the First World War, 1 million Indians volunteered to fight in the British army. In fact, it was not voluntary, but they were forced to be part of the British army because of the decision taken, and around 1 million lost their lives in the process. So the decision of taking part under the pressure of British costed us 1 lakh lives of soldiers. Similarly, almost half of the officers in the battle fought during World War II were Indian. As the Indian independence movement gained traction in 1946, the loyalties of the Indian soldiers became conflicted, and many mutinied against or resigned from the British-led army and navy units. While the Indianization of armed forces under the British continued well into the country's independence, the final handover took place on January 15, 1949, and this is the day we celebrate. Even that was after 2 years after independence. Though even after independence, the complete transfer of army was still not done at that time, and it took almost 2 years for complete transfer of army to the Indian government. And Dhanurveda is a text that translates to the science of archery and is considered an ancient classic in the field of martial arts and, of course, archery. And as already mentioned, Kodandera M. Kariyappa becomes the first field marshal, taking over the British counterpart, General Francis Butcher, in 1949. And India fights its war against China, which ends after China declares a unilateral ceasefire in 1962, the Sino-Indian War. And in 1999, the Kargil War was fought and is the most recent war at Kargil when Pakistan troops crossed the line of control and captured territories belonging to India. In both the cases, we had victory. While there were many countries that celebrate their army or armed forces on special days, there is no record of a specific day or date internationally. So every nation has their own dates, and the chief of the army staff is commanded by a general with Manoj Mukund Narwane holding the rank since 2019. And the present President of India, Ramnath Kovind, formerly served as the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. India appointed its first Chief of Defense Staff only in 2020, with General Bipin Rawat holding the post. And on this day, the Indian Army puts on a military parade and gives out gallantry awards at Kariyappa Parade Ground in Delhi Cantonment. The ceremony is streamed live on the public broadcasting service Doordarshan, and it is also streamed on YouTube and Twitter. So there have been few acclaimed books published recently that delve into more neglected and detailed aspects of Indian troops' engagement in the world wars. One such book is India's War, World War II, and the Making of Modern South Asia, written by Srinath Raghavan. Another is Farthest Field, an Indian story of the Second World War, written by Raghu Karnad. So with this, we can learn about India's contribution to the world wars. And there is so much to uncover about India's long military history, which has been there since thousands and thousands of years. So its evolution across civilizations, dynasties, and conquest. So you can choose your favorite period, or if time permits, you can just go through the entire history. Or at least you can know about and look up to the political and military history of that time. So if we look at a few interesting facts, subject to correction, the Chola dynasty, with its seat in the present-day South India, was the first in Indian subcontinent to have naval powers from 9th century AD. Even before also we had, but the recent ones we are quoting. And the Mysore first developed iron-cased rockets. The Mysore army, commanded by Tipu Sultan, developed iron-cased and metal cylinder rockets, which were successfully deployed against the British East India Company. While the title of general denotes the head of the army in India, a field marshal is a special 5-star rank that has only been awarded to Sam Manekshaw and later to K.M. Kariyappa. So India has had 2 field marshals. And Captain Tanya Shergill is the first Indian woman to be the parade adjutant at the 2020 Army Day function. So that was a woman-led parade, of first of its kind. And India is major troop contributing country to peacekeeping missions of the United Nations and has participated in 49 of 71 missions. So Indian soldiers are recognized as international peacekeepers. So even though, as mentioned, the lengthy process of independence, it took a long time. And even though India got its independence in 1947, the official handover of the Indian Army did not take place until 2 years later, in 1949. India also declared its own constitution and republic in 1950. This reminds us the independence was not won in a day and was part of very lengthy process. It almost took, 3 years. And we can pay our respects to the country's military leaders who have bravely fought wars along the borders and have kept the country's security intact. One of the reasons Field Marshal Cariappa was awarded his special rank even after retirement was due to stellar leadership and services he provided in the territorial battles for Kashmir after independence. So, the Indian Army has a rich history of contributing to the international warfare and security issues even before independence and much more earlier. The region has a rich military history even before India was a British colony, when it has a collection of different kingdoms and states. There is a wealth of material available in various formats that we can consume both online and offline. And this is a great opportunity to express our gratitude and extend our support to our Indian Army, and also to know more about our Indian Army history. So once again, we salute to the Indian Army and Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. And with this, we shall conclude the commemoration. And we thank everyone, all the speakers who have immensely contributed to this conference. I know in spite of being festival, we all have taken time to be part of this international conference. And always let's take pledge that we celebrate any festival for that matter in an eco-friendly, natural, nature-friendly way, so that it leads to sustainable development. The festivals in the very first place are, have origins in the eco-friendly and nature-friendly celebrations. They were never meant to create any kind of pollution or any kind of hazardous activity, because festivals, they themselves embrace and appreciate, and is a thank-giving opportunity and an opportunity to express gratitude to the nature. So this provides an important occasion and a remembrance for all of us that any festival, irrespective of any religion or irrespective of any belief system, no matter what, all the festivals should be celebrated in a natural way, eco-friendly way, avoiding any kind of harmful substances to be used, and it should promote peace, harmony, and humanity across the globe. So with this message, and we wish you everyone happy Sankranti and happy Pongal and various other names which is celebrated on various parts of India. So we thank each and everyone for joining us and being part of these wonderful sessions. And finally, if you have any queries on any of the sessions, or if you have any observations, comments, feel free to share. Then we shall conclude with the sessions. Thank you. Dear friends, we are closing this session. Quickly fill up the feedback form.